morning, everyone. Welcome to our February 18th, 2021 Special Magistrate hearing. Our first case is on page 62. Chief Inspector George Oliva. Case will be presented by Inspector Alex Albores. Okay, I'm sorry, we cannot do that case. Hold on one second. Can someone else do it? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm sorry. We have to put in Rhonda. I'm sorry, our next case is going to be on page 58. Inspector George Oliva. Case will be presented by Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 3000 Rio Mar Street. Owner Leisure House Association, Inc. Case number BE 20040340. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Yes. How do I? I'm gonna go back. Hi, Rhonda. Can you raise your right hand, please?
There you go.
That's Rhonda Hollander, not Rhonda Hassan. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jorge.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address is read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 180 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Inspectors, can you please stand up? Sorry, pause right. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Hollander. This is Magistrate Flynn. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you? This is a little funky for me. I've never done a Zoom magistrate meeting before.
Yeah, it's boatloads of fun.
Yeah.
Is your client willing to come into compliance within 180 days?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about what he was saying because it's not regarding a sale. This is an association, I guess, that needs to do their certification. They've already hired the engineer. They're already in the process of doing the work. They only had a delay because of the misrepresentation of one engineer and they had to switch it. So that's why they had asked for the 180. And we had submitted the paperwork showing the permit application and everything already before the meeting.
Okay, then I think we're all set, right, Inspector?
Yes.
Okay, 180 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I leave?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's not a fireman. Our next case is on page 51. Inspector George Oliva. Case will be presented by Inspector Mario Carsquel. This is a new business case. Property address 1833 Southeast 17th Street. Owner PEP Inc. Case number BE 200-40381. Notice posted at the property 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Good morning, Inspector Mario Carrasquel presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Cases number and address as read. The report for this property was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance and submitting a new report within the next 180 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Hi, Mr. Sweeney. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Sweeney. This is Magistrate Flynn. Are you willing to bring this property into compliance within 180 days by submitting the report?
Yes, I am. Can you please clarify the dates? There was some confusion with dates.
Okay. Inspector, can you help him out here?
Yeah, you're gonna have 180 days starting today to submit a new report because the one that you submitted before failed.
Okay, so we need to submit a new inspection report within 6 months, correct?
Correct.
And how about for the completion of the repairs? Is that has to be a positive inspection report, correct, with the completion of the repairs?
Correct. You're gonna have additional time to come into compliance once you submit the report.
Okay, we'll have additional time. After we submit that report, please clarify. So we submit a new report after we fix the repairs, and then if we need some more time, we'll be able to apply for another extension?
Correct. Once the report is approved, you're gonna have the time to complete the repairs.
Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll do that. We'll go ahead and complete those repairs. And obviously all these repairs will require permits, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes, ma'am.
have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 73. Inspector George Oliva. Case will be presented by Inspector Jose Saragusti. Property address 401 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner, New Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church, Inc. Case number BE 200-80087. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821. Dr. Osgood, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jose.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting the case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come in compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Ms. Osgood,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Are you willing to come into compliance and submit the report within 42 days?
Magistrate Flynn, will you give me the privilege of asking, having my architect, Anson Stewart, to come on to speak with you about our project in that building, please?
Okay, is he going to be preparing the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And he is on and present. He just needs to be brought where he can speak to you. It's Anson Stewart.
okay. Can you bring Mr. Stewart in front of me, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
One moment, Mr. Stewart. Can you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. You may continue.
Mr. Stewart, the city's asked for 42 days to submit the report. Are you in agreement with that?
I can do it. In 42 days, is there any way to extend that? We had issued a letter in response to the request for the fact that we actually have permit plans into the city currently to address all the repairs that are going to be needed. So we had issued a letter back in October requesting a waiver of the report in order to just, submit the plans and get the plans that will address the deficiencies approved and then the construction done.
I don't think that keeps you.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear.
I don't think that keeps you from having to submit the report, but I'll turn it over to the inspector to answer your question.
One moment, please.
Good morning. This is Chief George Oliva. Can you hear me, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The 40-year program is regulated by Broward County. And what Broward County requests when you have repairs coming up is for the architect or the engineer of record to submit a letter to the department in attention to the building official expressing the repairs that needs to be done on the letter and requesting a bigger amount of time for the work to be complete, and then how long would it be for the new report to come in? That's all you do. Yes, bring us a letter. You're gonna have 42 days to make the letter. Once you print the letter, we will switch it from the 42 to 180, and then if you need more time after the 180, you need to make another letter and submit. That's the way Broward County requests.
Understood, and I agree with that. That's acceptable because we're a little bit ahead of the curve now. The fact that we actually have plans that are in and being reviewed, so we actually are in the process of addressing.
I understand, and I agree with you guys that you need to do the work. Thank you for understanding.
No, thank you for your time.
All right, so 42 days to submit the letter as outlined by Mr. Oliva, or a $100 fine thereafter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 846 Southwest 9th Street. Case number BE 200-50139. Owner Robert Andrew Badry, Lauren Jenny Winston. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21. Posted at City Hall on 2/8/21. Hi, Mr. Badry. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name.
It's okay, Bagri, you're close enough.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector Martinez.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Sir.
Yes.
It's Magistrate Flynn. Are you willing to get the permit within 42 days?
Well, actually, ma'am, I have evidence that I emailed in earlier that we purchased the home last year in May. This is a 15-year-old permit that was pulled in 2006. And when the title company submitted all the paperwork for the purchasing of the home, they actually filed a voiding a permit application. So I emailed it in earlier, but I actually have a notarized Fort Lauderdale voiding a permit document that's specifically for this permit.
Did the city act on that?
What do you mean, ma'am?
Well, you submitted something to void the permit. Did you get something back that said it was voided or?
I was not the previous homeowner, ma'am. It was not my job to submit the paperwork, so I can't say. And then I also looked up Florida state law that says that local authorities shouldn't be penalizing arm's length purchasers because of expired permits from House Bill 447 that was passed in 2019. So I was a little confused how a 15-year-old permit was even still being brought up and how it wasn't closed out earlier.
Okay. The inspector want to
The,
respond?
yes, there's not gonna be no charge for the renewal or the void of the permit, but that permit failed inspections.
How so? What was wrong with it? There's no details about how it failed inspection.
I have
It
to
just
double
says
check.
that there was no final inspection.
At this moment, I have to check another time the case. I don't remember why it failed.
Okay.
Because I can't fix it if I don't know what the problem is.
Inspector Martinez, can you please let me know what type of permit that is?
It's a PVC fence, 6 feet tall, 156 feet long, and it's right at about 154 feet. It doesn't encase the entire property, but the amount of fence that was requested on the property was installed. This was back in 2006, so I was not the homeowner at that time.
No, I know, I understand. I just want you to pay attention. Let's do this. How about Tuesday? If we get together at your property, we're gonna go and take a look to the fence. If we found that the fence is properly done, we're gonna close the case right there. Close the permit, close the case, and take this away from you.
Okay, I'm a school teacher. Could we meet in the afternoon if that's possible?
That will be you and Mr. Martinez set up the time and we'll be there.
Okay.
Martinez call and set up the appointment with him or send him an email and we'll work it out with you.
Okay, so I can call this number that's on the letter that I got?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. I'll call that number for the inspector and we'll have it arranged.
Okay, we have an agreement then.
Mr. Oliva, are you withdrawing the case? Do you want me to continue it or what do you want me to do here?
We're gonna withdraw, Your Honor, since this is only a PVC fence and really, I think we can do it in-house and we don't have to keep dragging this case longer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Okay, take care.
Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 49 Fiesta Way, case number BE 200-40030. Owner Christopher M. DiDonato. Notice posted at the property on 2321, posted at City Hall 2821. Christopher, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presented the case as read. Permits were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Mr. DiDonato?
Hi.
Hi, it's Magistrate Flynn. Can you straighten out this permit within 42 days?
I can. I just want to know what the process is for me to take care of this. I think there was an open permit on my pool remodel and I contacted the contractor and he said that final inspection wasn't done because there was a problem with the fence. I'm not sure who I need to contact to come out and tell me what problems to correct, but I'd be happy to do it as soon as possible.
Okay, can you explain to him what's going on?
Please call me back on the phone numbers that you have and we will see the case in particular.
Can you give me the correct phone number?
954-828-7441.
7441 and ask for you.
Yes, please.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And I'll get it taken care of as soon as possible.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thanks.
Fine, 42 days, I'm gonna put, or $50 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem for whatever reason, make sure you contact the inspector.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 62. Inspector George Oliva. Case will be presented by Inspector Inspector Hector Suarez. Property address 280 Southwest 32nd Court. Owner Robert P. and Kathleen C. Latham. Case number BE 200403994. Notice posted at the property 2621, posted at City Hall 2821.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address read by the clerk. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Where's my property owner?
Ms. Latham, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. Do you
Hi.
swear to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Kim, do you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yes, ma'am. Where do we send it?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Where should we send it, ma'am?
You can send it to an email to Tasha Williams or Chief Oliva.
Okay.
You should send it to the building department. Attention to the attention to Tasha Williams.
Yes, Ms. Latham, you can
Yes,
send it to
ma'am.
my attention, Tasha Williams.
And that's how you spell Tasha.
TASHA,
Okay.
and that's 700 Northwest 19th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale.
So do we mail it or bring it?
If you're gonna bring it in person or mail it, that's fine. If you-
700 Northwest 19th Avenue?
Yes.
And the zip there, please?
33311.
Okay.
And what's our deadline?
You have 42 days.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
And
Anything else?
Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you. Your
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Which one?
We can.
This one. Oh. Our next case is on page 78, Inspector George Oliva. Property address 921 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Hector and Diane Moya. Case number CE 19091639. This is a hearing to impose fines. The case was cited on 9/27/2019 to comply by 7/15/2020. One section not comply at $100. The case is in compliance at this time. The city is requesting to reduce the fines. The case will be presented by Inspector Jose Saragusti.
No, I don't have page 78.
Your Honor, can we recall this case until the inspectors?
Sure.
Ms. Moya, I apologize. We're gonna put you back in attending mode and we'll call you as soon as we get our.
Tasha,
Yes, go ahead.
I think we can complete with the case. This is a case that they have a high amount of fines, and they came into compliance with the 40-year a little bit late. And the city only wants to reduce the fine to the administration cost of $1,275. So if everybody's in agreement, I think we can deal with this case right now and just request a $1,275 fine.
Okay, Ms. Moya?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. The city has agreed to waive the fines and ask for only administrative costs of $1,275. Are you in agreement with that?
Is that the normal administrative costs?
Well, it differs from case to case. It depends how much time the city has to put in to get compliance.
I see.
But that's certainly not out of the realm of normal.
Okay, because financially we're not doing that well. We're a small business with only 4 employees. 3 of them are family, my husband, my son, myself, and we have 1 other worker. So $1,275 is a lot for us. But if that's the minimum they will accept, we will agree.
Mr. Oliva, anything to add?
Your Honor, that's the reason why we're reducing the fine for the administration cost by the city. The fines went from $63,000 down to $1,275. So I think right there, that's a big save for them.
Yeah.
And
okay.
The lowest I can go.
Thank you.
That's the best we're going to be able to do for you today. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Yes. How do I pay that fine or, finish the case off?
Something in the mail that'll tell you exactly what you have to do.
Okay.
Thank
you very much.
Our next case. Our next case is on page 67. Property address 480 Northwest 24th Avenue. Owner Summer Lake Villa LLC. Case number BE 200-40480. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Good morning, Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. City is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Ms. Alcantara?
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Alcantara, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you.
Ms. Alcantara, can you get the property into compliance within 42 days by submitting the report?
Yes, actually, everything is already done. I believe though, my architect, he had submitted the paperwork, but I am going to find out exactly what has been done. But everything in the property is already completed.
Okay, that sounds very good. We'll give you 42 days to wrap this up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No fine or nothing. I'm good.
You're good. You're good to go. Unless you blow that 42 days and then the $100 fines start to accrue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
One moment, please. Hi, good morning, Attorney Seiler.
Asha, we may have to pass his case and come back to it because he's also.
Rhonda, I'm here.
Oh, you are? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Tell Judge
Mr.
Bidwell.
Seiler, can you remind me what case you're here for again?
Judge, I'm here on number 1, the very first page.
Okay.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I have Judge Bidwell on another iPad here because I'm in court, but I'm waiting to be heard. I thought this would be over by then because we were first up.
Okay, we'll try to
Can you
get you out
please
of
raise
here
your right
quickly.
hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. The next case is on page 1. Inspector Mary Rich, property address 1335 Seminole Drive, owner SLB Acquisitions LLC, case number BE 21010058. Notice posted at the property on 2/9/21, posted at City Hall 2/9/21.
Good morning, Magistrate. Code Compliance Officer Inspector Rich, City of Fort Lauderdale Building Services Department. Case and address is as read. Property was inspected on January 29th, 2021, and after review with Building Inspector Mario Carrasquel and Chief Building Official Oliva, the following violations was cited. 9-259. The structure and its present condition is unsafe, unsanitary, and dangerous to the community. It does not meet the minimum housing requirements of the city ordinance for human occupancy, and the city requests that the structure be demolished. This building in its present condition does not meet the criteria of the Florida Building Code for minimum maintenance standard and the Fort Lauderdale Minimum Housing Code for human occupancy, and it must be repaired by the owners or demolished. This building is vacant and boarded due to doors and windows were missing. This building in its present condition does not meet the criteria of the Florida Building Code for minimum maintenance standard and the Fort Lauderdale Minimum Housing Code for human occupancy, and it must be repaired by the owners or demolished. Violation 9-1D was withdrawn. An inspection report was mailed to the owner listed on Broward County property records. Notice a hearing was posted at the property. Building Inspector Mario Carrasquel posted a property with unsafe structure notice. I have had phone contact with the property representative, Rick Oren, and email correspondence also. As of the pre-hearing inspection on February 17th, the violation remains. The city will be requesting 63 days for the property owner to show progress with the stucco and the windows. And if progress is made, then we'll allow additional time. If not, the city is requesting to abate and demolish the property.
Okay, Mr. Seiler, how are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I apologize. I'm trying to get my volume here. I turned the one down to do the other. Just briefly, Judge, I've spoken to Ms. Hassan. We're just asking for a 3 or 4 month progress update. This is not your typical house that is unsafe or unsanitary or dangerous. This is on Seminole Drive. My client from Indiana bought this house, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, hired a contractor, and he recently fired his contractor. I've shared with Ms. Hassan that the litigation has been filed on Monday against his contractor. He has retained a new contractor, but he's been told he needs 10 to 12 weeks to get the windows. The former contractor had told him he had ordered windows. He had not. The former contractor had represented that he had done certain things. He had not. And as I explained to Ms. Hassan, and I think she knows the plaintiff's lawyer, the Quality Builders, who was the former contractor, has been fired. They have been sued, and they got served this morning. And so they are trying to get this done. But my client, who's in Indiana, got word of this when it was posted at the property on the 9th. He found out on the 12th about this issue, and he immediately hired me. They contacted me on the 13th and hired me on Monday. So he has acted with all due diligence. He was not aware of how bad his contractor had put him in a bind here. So we're just asking, we're not any finding, but give us 3 to 4 months, because he's already retained a new contractor. I provided that information to Ms. Hassan, SCI Development, and they have already gone out to measure the windows. So he's trying to get this done, but he was sort of a victim here of a bad contract.
Yeah, George Oliva. Do you think we can reach an agreement by saying in the next 60 days, can the owner provide an application to have the permits renewed? So that way it shows progress for the neighborhood. And then when the windows arrive, that would be another 60 days for him to place the windows. And then we keep going that way down the road until he finalizes the outside, and then we can close the case.
George, that's fine, but we roll it, we roll it a month or two. The problem is this, he's got to, the new contractor, I apologize, I got this other, the new contractor needs to get up to speed. He was out there, as I said, just measuring the windows and doing all this. I would ask, Judge, even if you roll it 1 month, but let me meet with the new contractor before we agree to any deadlines, because the new permit would have to be renewed by the new contractor. Well, I have to have a conversation with him to see if he can operate under that permit, or is he making any changes? Because he just got hired, because we just fired the other one and sued him.
Well, the only thing that we need is for the new contractor to do a change of contractor to the existing permits, so he can take off running if he wants to. But I don't want the work to be done in 60 days. I just want to show progress by showing that the permits are open. Jack, you know how it is when you got all the neighbors calling the mayor office continuously. And then it goes all the way down the line to me.
No, I know how it is, and I appreciate the job you're doing.
We've been there both.
We've been there together. I know you all do a great job. My only issue is I have not talked to the new contractor. That's why, I'll roll this a week, Judge. I don't want to represent, I spoke to the owner. He's out of Indiana. He's hired me, he's retained me. He has shared all the documents with me. I shared with Rhonda the lawsuit that was filed. I just haven't met with the contractor. I don't want to represent something that I can't ever guarantee to be true. And
well, I'm willing to work with you and the new contractor and to try to accomplish the property to, go back to be a normal dwelling in the neighborhood. So whatever help you need from me, I'll be available.
Why don't we do maybe the 60 days and a mandatory notice to appear? So that way, Mr. Seiler, if you run into any bumps or anything and there's not an issue of timing or whatever, and you can further update the magistrate.
Rhonda, could we just do, Judge, how about this? And I apologize. What if we just did the 60 days as Rhonda just suggested, but as part of that, if the permits are renewed within that 60 day by the new contractor, we can cancel that 60 day. That way we keep this moving forward. Listen, I've been in front of you, Magistrate, before, and I've worked with you. I never want to represent something I don't know to be true. I just want to meet with SCI before I ask them a time frame on these permits, because if the guys messed up the permits like they messed up the construction, and my client's already out $600,000 or $700,000, I don't want him to say we've got to renew these permits. They might have to submit new permits. That's why I want them to see the permits to be able to act on them.
Okay, how about we do this? How about we give you 63 days to address the permits, and then if it turns out that they're not right, you need more time, then you could request an extension.
Okay.
Your Honor, one second. I'm sorry.
We agree.
Hello, 1 second. There's a neighbor who wanted to speak on this case. Ms. O'Brien, if you are here, can you please unmute yourself? Press *9 to unmute yourself. Ms. Carol O'Brien? Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that the neighbor was heard, but she's not there. Thank you.
Okay, she's not here? Okay, all right. The order stands then. Thank you, Mr. Seiler.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. Or Magistrate Judge. Thank you, Rhonda. George, thank you. May I be excused?
Yes, please. Have a good day. Go to your other hearing.
Thank you,
Our next
Anna.
case is on page 49. Property address 3080 Northeast 47th Court. Owner Westchester House Associate Inc. Case number BE 200403323. Notice posted at the property on 2/6/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Inspector Mario Carswell. Ms. Waterhouse, are you here? Can you please start your video and unmute yourself?
Okay. Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mario.
Good morning, Inspector Mario Carrasquel on behalf of Chief Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The report for this property was submitted, but it failed. And now the city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 182 days, submitting a new report or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Morning. Ms. Waterhouse,
Yes.
are you in agreement to submit a report within 182 days?
Yes, we've already hired an engineer and a contractor and have submitted the paperwork stating that, yes, we understand what the deficiencies are and we're correcting them.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
What's her name? Hope Calhoun. Our next case is on page 78. This is a hearing to impose fines. Property address 1750 Southwest 31st Ave. Owner, Florida Power and Light CO, in care of Prop Tax. Case number CE 1508-2096. Mario, are you presenting this case? Okay. Hi, good morning, Attorney Calhoun.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mario.
Good morning, Inspector Mario Carrasquel, presenting case and address as read on behalf of Chief Oliva. This case has been out of compliance for 317 days. The city is requesting to impose the total amount of $77,500.
Okay. Ms. Calhoun?
Good morning. Yes, this case has been going on for quite some time. This is a case where we installed a telecommunications facility on property. We were close to getting the permit and then we were stopped. We have been working, believe it or not, for the last 300 plus days to try to get compliance. We were delayed most recently because of COVID, but our biggest issue is we've been trying to meet with the neighbors close by so that we could satisfy their concerns about our facility that, as I said, is already up. We've been working very closely with the city. We are very close to coming to an end here. We are submitting this week, if we have not already, plans for approval for the landscape, which get us one step closer to compliance. Thus far, the city has been kind enough to continue to work with us because, to the best of our knowledge, there have been no issues or complaints from the neighbors because, again, we know that they know that we're working with them. I would like to ask for another 180-day deferral so that we can continue, hopefully within that 180 days. The next time we come before you, we will be hopefully in the permitting stage and one step closer to compliance. So we'd like to ask that the fine stop again at this point as we continue toward compliance.
Okay. So can we hold the fines and grant an extension of 180 days?
Okay. 180 days, stay the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One moment, please. Our next case is on page 74. Property address 220 Southwest 38th Ave. Owner 220 the USA LLC. Case number BE 200400473. Notice posted at property on 2621. Posted at City Hall 2821. Inspector Jose Saragusi presenting on behalf of Chief Oliva. Mr. Pierre?
Yes, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. One
Thank
moment.
you.
Inspector Saragusti on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspections hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. Mr. Apollon?
Yes. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, there's an echo.
Okay, all right. Sir, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the next 42 days by submitting the report?
Yes, definitely. We just got all the packages together with the engineers, and unfortunately, it was difficult trying to get all the engineers to look at the property. Tenants were not being cooperative, but I need at least 60 days just so I can get the report together and send it to you.
Okay, does the city have any objection to 63 days, I think?
One moment, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, Broward County only allows the city to extend for 42 days extension at the time. It go from 42 or 180 if they had to have repairs according to the report.
We will submit a report, and it may have a repair. We don't know, just because the repair was done. We wanted to make sure it was done properly.
Don't worry, if you submit a report to us that requires a repair, we will extend it.
Okay.
180 days, so you are allowed to do your repairs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Back a clean report.
Days, $100 a day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So how many days in that case? 42?
42 days, yes, just to submit the report, and then you'll
Thank
get time for repairs.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes. Our next case is on page 65. Property address 3536 North Federal Highway. Owner 3536 North Federal LLC. Case number BE 200404448. Notice posted at the property 2621. Posted at City Hall 2821. Inspector Leo Martinez presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Hi, Christy. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez on behalf of Chief Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I represent the property owner. Allied Building Inspection Services completed the inspection on the 10th and submitted their report to us yesterday afternoon.
Okay, so you're good with 42 days to get this wrapped up.
The question I have is there are minor repairs that need to be completed. All that is required is that we submit the report, or do I need to complete the repairs within that 42 days?
Submit the report within 42 days, and then you'll be given time to do the repairs.
Thank you very much. I will do that today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 26. Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Property address 3821 Southwest 11th Street. Owner, Christopher and Erlene L. Parker. Case number CE 19091458. Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Notice posted at the property on 2521, posted at City Hall 2821. Hi, Ms. Parker.
Hi.
Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This is an expired permit that continues to be expired. The owner has been in contact with to us, and we decided to give them a request, a 90-day extensions, or 91-day extension of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, Ms. Parker?
Yes.
It's Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement with the 91 days to bring the property into compliance?
Can I get 100 days?
91 is, I think is fair. Did you not agree to that?
No, I agree. I agree.
I didn't, I thought this.
Yes, I agree. We just thought the permit was closed since it was 3 years old.
I think 91 days is more than sufficient to renew the permit or close it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 80. It's a hearing to impose fines. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 888 Intercoastal Drive 2F, case number BE 200-70204. Owner Joseph Rosen.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
1520 to comply by 101320. One section complied at $250. City requests a full amount. Mr. Rosen.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Give me 1
Oh,
second.
you're okay.
I am not driving now.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to pull over. Sorry. Yeah.
Please raise your right hand.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear in the front to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector. Inspector Martinez. One moment, Mr. Rose.
Sure.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case and others as read. This case is compliant. It was compliant on 11/4/2020. There were fines of $5,250 because they comply with the case. The city is asking just to reduce to administration cost of $575.
Okay, Mr. Rosen?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement with the reduction to city costs of $575?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Thanks.
Our next case is on page 43. Property address 5550 Northwest 12th Ave. Owner DL Siegel Properties LLC. Case number BE 200-40057. Chief George Oliva. This case will be presented on behalf by Hector Martinez. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Mr. Sonneland. Hello, Mr. Sonneland, are you there?
0057, right?
I think he disappeared. Oh no, he's there. Hello, Mr. Arthur Sonneland, can you hear us? Okay, we're gonna come back to that case. Sorry. Your Honor, at this time, can we take a brief recess, please?
Sure.
Thank you. 43. Property address 5550 Northwest 12th Avenue, DL Siegel Properties LLC. Case BE 200400057. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Mr. Sonderland, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hector.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Sonderland?
Yes, Your Honor. The report has been submitted. We need to make some repairs, so we have coordinated with a general contractor to begin making those repairs. Just want to confirm we'd have 180 days from the date of this hearing to come in compliance with the necessary repairs.
Can you confirm that the report was received?
Tasha, was the report sent?
I would have to check. I don't have the information handy. I don't know if the reports were submitted. Mr. Sonderland, I'm sorry, when did you say you submitted the reports?
We submitted the reports 2 days ago to the city, and then I sent them via email yesterday to both yourself and Mr. Oliva.
But did you send in the hard copy?
Yes, we did.
Okay, well, I'll have to check when I get back to the office. I can't say right now.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grant the 42 days so they can locate the report. And then once they have the report in hand, you'll have the additional time to do the repairs.
Is there a way to get verification that the reports were received?
Yes, when I get back to the office, I'll have to check to see if we have received them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 50. Property address 2424 Northeast 9th Street. Owner, Colonial Manor West Apartments Condo Association. Case number BE 200403335. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Yes. Also, is there a Judith Stern here? I see her, Judith Stern. Under attendees. Okay. Okay, Ms. Stern and Mr. Malik, can you please start your video and unmute yourself, please?
I'm here.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Simon?
Good morning, Inspector Mario Carrasquel on behalf of Chief Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The report for this property.
One moment. Go ahead, continue, Mario.
Yeah, the report for this property was submitted but failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Malik, can you please raise your right hand?
Actually, my name is Gustavo Pinheiro. I'm actually the other board member that was that signed in. I already sent my ID earlier this morning.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So good morning. I just wanted to just give you a little bit of rundown what we've been going through since the 40-year inspection. We did fail.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? We have submitted to the city already the paperwork, the timeline, the engineer that's handling the project, as well as the minutes of the annual board meeting where they approved both the special assessment and the vote to hire Rob Moore. So the city now has all the records. And you also received a letter from our attorney saying that the contract's under review and the contractor should be submitting a permit shortly.
Okay, and
So-
how long ago did you submit that report?
Which report? The 40-year or the 10-year rather?
Can you help me, Inspector, which report you're
Yeah,
looking?
that's the 40 years.
Yes, it was submitted in August, Your Honor. The report was submitted in August, and the timeline and the other documents that she's speaking of was submitted this week.
Okay, all right. So they're asking for 182 days to come into compliance, but my understanding was that the report failed. Inspector, is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct.
That is correct.
All right, so they're asking for 180 days for you to bring the property into compliance. Can you do that?
Yes, that's
No.
What we did was we submitted the request for the permit to be will be submitted shortly.
Okay.
And then once as we see the work as it proceeds, and then if we need an extension, we'll come back with the contractor with any updates they need on the permit and the work.
Okay, but my understanding is you have to submit another report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, Your Honor. They have to submit another report. Also, if they need more time after the 180 days are over, the engineer of record before the end of the 180 days, they must submit a letter requesting an extension. And that letter must state permits that issue and the work that is being done to finalize with the compliance over the 40 years. If not, they're gonna get fines.
Sure. Can I speak? I just want to make sure that I'm clear on how everything is going to go. Right now, we're still waiting to get the final contract signed. And with that, there's a couple of moving parts on this because we do have two engineers working on it, one for the shop drawings for the railings and one the engineer record who will be doing the inspections on behalf of the city. So it's not just a simple architectural drawings because there's a lot of structural stuff that we need to take care of. So I think that when we're looking at the timeline of 180 days to bring this property into compliance and or submit a report that passes, it's going to be short because we still haven't even gotten the contract signed.
Excuse me, sir. You're talking too much. I can barely understand what you're saying, but the 40 report is a safety report. It has nothing to do with architect, contractors, or anything. It has to do with compliance. The Broward County will give you 180 days you need repairs. You don't make the time and you need more time. The engineer of records must submit a letter requesting time. That's it. There's no other deal. That's the law, and that's the way it goes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. 182 days to submit the report, and we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 50. Property address 535 Hendricks Isle. Owner Burton Point Inc. Case number BE 200-40346. This case is a new business case. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Amy. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Inspector Mario Carrasquel on behalf of Chief Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The report for this address was submitted but failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Pang?
Yes. Our attorney, Jeffrey Green, he should be on with us. Do we have him in?
Mr. Green, are you on? Jeffrey Green?
Yes, he is. I just received a
Yes,
message.
Your Honor. This is Jeffrey Green. How are you this morning?
How are you?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Green, it's Magistrate Flynn. Can your client bring this property into compliance by submitting the report within 182 days?
Your Honor, we have the report. It was actually submitted by our engineer last night, so the city should have it in the next couple of days. And then I was speaking with Mr. Oliva, and he said once we have the report submitted, we'll have 180 days to do the project. We do have a contractor, and we do have the funding, so we will start the work once the permits are issued. And if we do need any extensions per Mr. Oliva, we'll have our engineer of record issue that request if needed. So yes, we are on schedule.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 734 West Las Olas Boulevard, case number BE 200-80202. Owner, Michael V. Orris and Dalia Alia. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case BE 200-80202, 734 West Las Olas Boulevard. Property was inspected on 8/26/2020, and the following violation was observed as depicted on the photos. 91D, any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits consistent of, but not limited to, wood fence. Inspection report was mailed to the owner listed in BCPA on September 1st, 2020. Final notice was sent on November 2nd, 2020. I have had contact with the property owner and advised of violation and how to comply. As of pre-hearing inspection on February 12, 2021, there has been a permit applied for but not issued. Violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 per day thereafter for violation.
Is the property owner here?
Mr. Ortiz, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Orris, can you bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
I hope to. My only concern is that this is a historic property, so it has to go through the historic board. On February 1st, I went before the board regarding 2 issues, one including the fence. They asked me to come back on March 1st meeting for a final ruling on the fencing. So that meeting is March 1st, and if approved, it's a 30-day waiting period from the time that they issue the certificate of appropriateness, which would put me very close to the 42 days, and I don't want to have a delay, where I become, non-compliant. So that would be my only concern.
Oh, for the person who signed in.
Anything else from the city?
Your Honor, there is a permit applied for. It's not issued. It is a historical property. I wouldn't have a problem extending more time if it's okay with you.
Okay. All right. So why don't we give you 63 days? And if you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Which one are we moving for? Our next case.
I did it.
We have this. Our next case is on page 20. Property address 1515 East Borough Boulevard, number 427. Inspector Jose Saragusti, owner Kevin Bliss, case number BE 200-60021. Notice posted at property 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Thank you.
Mr. Bliss, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. One moment, please.
Good morning. Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. Permits were left to expire and as stated in today's agenda, and the city is asking the owner to come in compliance with it within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Mr. Bliss,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance and deal with these permits within 42 days, please?
So I would just like to go over it for a minute. 5 years ago, I had an air conditioning unit replaced where I hired a company, Service America, to do this. They did it, and I never thought anything about it. Then I got a notice saying that permit was expired. I believe I called the company and they fixed one of the permits. I guess there's two permits. There's a mechanical and an electrical. So I think everything is taken care of. Years go by and then I start getting other notices that the permit's expired. So finally I get in touch with Mr. Saragusti, who tells me the electrical permit's still out there. He tells me to call the company to fix it. So I hang up with him, I call the company, and that company, Service America, went out of business. So I try to call him back to speak to him, but we don't have any luck. So then I get another notice where I speak to him and he tells me that I need to get a new company to change the permit and rectify it. At the same time, I get notice for this court date, which I'm just a little amazed that I'm sitting in court over this because I feel like I did nothing wrong. So basically, I wanted to have just the inspector go out and look at it, but apparently I can't do that because it's a condo. So I have to get a new company. So I had to go through, first two companies didn't want to touch it. Finally, I found this Top Dog Electric to do it. And I've spoken to the office, the building inspector's office, and basically it's costing me $1,200 to get this done, and I'm just flabbergasted. So the company Top Dog has filed a new permit with the city I guess they have to file a new permit to close out the old permit. And it's just, I'm a little flabbergasted.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, as the property owner, you're still held responsible, even though, the contractor maybe didn't do their job very well. And so that's just the way it is, the way the laws.
Like this is costing me more than I think the air conditioner cost.
Well, I'm sorry for that, sir, but the permit has to be rectified. So I think 42 days will be sufficient time for you to get that done.
Well, the new company has filed a new permit with the city I guess a new permit has to be done and the old one has to be closed. And then I guess that's the process.
That should be enough time for you. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Well, a new permit's already been filed.
Okay.
Sorry, you can make the change of contractor and from the old permit. You don't need the new permit.
So, well, it's at the city right now. They called me yesterday, actually, and they said they were going to try to figure out what to do with it.
Okay.
Mr. Bliss, this is Chief Oliva. If you don't mind, can you email my inspector the information of the company is applying for the permit, and the permit number, the expired one, and the new application that they put in. I'm gonna try to help you and get this resolved for you next week. But I need for you to send me that information if you don't mind.
So, okay.
All right, do that as soon as possible, and I'm sure they can wrap this up for you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morse. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 18. Property address 3115 Northeast 32nd Avenue. Owner PDKNP4 LLC. Case number BE 200700173. Inspector Jose Saragusti. Notice posted at the property 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821. Hi, Courtney. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated today agenda. The city is asking the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or fines of $50 per day thereafter.
Good morning, Ms. Crush.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of PDKN. We would appreciate the 42 days. We need to do a change of contractor to address that which was not closed out.
Okay, thank you very much. 42 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Jose Saragusti. Property address 203 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC. Case number BE 200-40114. Notice posted at the property on 2321. Posted at City Hall 2821.
The third one back.
Yes.
Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We would appreciate the 42 days. I believe a renewal application was submitted yesterday, but it's not reflected in the system.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Crush.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, your last case, Courtney, is on page 62. Inspector Chief George Oliva, property address 606 Orton Avenue, owner Lush Royale Hotel LLC. Case number BE 200-40395. Notice posted at the property on 2521, posted at City Hall 2821. Inspector Alexander Alvarez presenting on behalf of Chief Oliva.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Alvarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address is read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the Lush Hotel. We've engaged an engineer and can accomplish that within 42 days if you would grant that time.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 84. It's a hearing to impose fines. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 600 Isle of Palms Drive, owner Steve Saver, case number BE 200-90041. This case was cited on 9/11/2020 to comply by 9/13/2020. One section complied at $150. City is requesting the full amount of $1,500. Hi, Stephen, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you please start your video?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you
Yes.
swear? Oh, I'm sorry. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jose.
Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. The case is in compliance. City is recommending for the fine to be imposed of $1,500.
Okay. Mr. Hart, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why this property was not in compliance for 10 days?
So there, so according to the record online on the Lauderdale website, it's stating that on the 14th was the first day that that there was something that they had notified us. I did not personally see a posting on the project on that day, on the 14th. I did see the inspector a couple days later on the 16th, and it was put in the notes here. And when I spoke to him, he gave me a citation paper at that time, and I told him I would comply within the 48 hours. On the 18th, in the afternoon, I had a technician, one of my guys, go on site and install that silt fence. And he took pictures and sent it to me on the 18th, which I have included in the evidence. And so I don't know how it was missed on the 22nd or any days after that time, but I definitely had my silt fence installed within 48 hours of me being notified.
I don't have this information in the case. We have the 10 days. We have the reinspection, and we didn't receive any call from you regarding the silt is already installed.
Okay.
If not, we will close the case.
Okay. All right. They're going to withdraw the case.
Okay.
Investigate what you've told them. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting.
All right. No problem. Thank you.
Next case is on page 77. Inspector Mario Carswell, property address 924 Orange Isle, owner Bobby L. Hag Jr. Case number BE 200900061. This is a hearing to impose fines. This case was cited on 9/18/2020 to comply by 9/28/2020. One section complied at $250. Go ahead, Mario. Oh, Mr. Solomon. Mr. Solomon, can you please unmute yourself and start your video? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mario.
Inspector Mario Carrasquel, presenting, updating case and address as read. The citation number 181 with a stop work order was issued for this property on September 18, 2020.
Magistrate, the property I'm here for is 5727 North Federal Highway.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not here for 924 Orange Isle? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Correct.
You mean 3157?
5727 North, the La Quinta Hotel, Charlotte Kilpatrick and Philip Morgan. It's merely a report.
Hold on a second.
Okay, we will have to recall this case because the wrong name was written down. Our next case is on Mr. Solomon. We're gonna have to mute you and come back to you. Sorry about that. Our next case is on page 10, Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. Property address 6501 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner Liberty Property LP. Case number BE 2008016. Notice posted at the property on 2521. Posted at City Hall on 2821. Dylan, can you please start your video?
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read.
Inspector Del Rio, one second, please. Trying to get the respondent in. He's there, but okay. Hi, Dylan. Can you hear me? Okay,
morning,
he's
Dylan.
connecting. Oh, he can't see me.
I am now unmuted.
Okay. Hi. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear?
Yes, hello.
Hi. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Alejandro.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
Dylan, this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you straighten out these permits within the next 42 days?
Yes, we had a request for 91 days or 90 days was the email. If that's possible, that would be great. Either way, we are on track to simply activate the permits again and unexpire them. We would ask a little more time just to make sure we get through that. But we're here to comply.
Days.
Pardon me?
City have no problem with the 93 days.
Okay, I'll give you 93 days, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, or $50 a day thereafter.
Understood.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes. Yes, yes. Our next case is on page 77, Inspector Mario Carswell. Property address 2808 North Federal Highway. Owner PST Computers, Inc. Case number BE 200-70257. Hi, Jacqueline, is this your case, 2808 North Federal Highway?
It absolutely is, Tasha. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Good morning, Inspector Mario Carrasquel, presenting case and address as read. This case came into compliance. They applied for the required permit and passed all the inspections. At this time, the city will request to reduce the fines to the administration cost of $500.
Okay. Ms. Canavan?
Thank you. Yes, we had previously spoken with Mario and we are in full agreement, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 77. Our next case is on page 77. Inspector Mario Carswell. Property address 2599 North Federal Highway. Owner 3157 Inc. Case number CE 19042567. This case was first cited on 4/30/2019 to comply by 10/22/19. Fines were suspended. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount. I'm sorry, Ms. Roth?
Yes.
Hi, can you please
Yes,
raise
ma'am.
your hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mario.
Inspector Mario Carrasquel, presenting case and address as read. The permits on this property is still expired. No diligence has been done to renew the permit. I had a conversation 2 weeks ago with the owner. He said that they will file the renewal, but they didn't file anything as of yesterday. So the city requests the full amount to be imposed.
Okay. Ms. Roth?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may, there has been diligence exercised on the part of the owner, but there have been exceptional circumstances here. This is, just to give Your Honor a background, this is the result of a 2010 permit that was never closed. Now, the owner took measures to go back and to locate the original contractor that he worked with in 2010. Unfortunately, that particular contractor has since retired. The owner was able to locate a subcontractor that explained that there was some sort of miscommunication back in 2010, whereby the original contractor thought that there was a final inspection performed and that this permit was closed. Unfortunately, as we came to find out, that didn't happen. The owner has to work with a new contractor now, and in working with that new contractor, the new contractor submitted the application on the 17th, which, as our inspector said, was yesterday. But we are just requesting additional time to work on addressing this issue. And we do request that this fine is suspended at this time, Your Honor, to allow us just a little bit more time to work to resolve this issue.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Okay, can we stay the fines and grant an extension of 42 days?
20, how many days?
42 days.
22 days.
Was that 42 days, Your Honor?
That was
Yes,
42 days?
42 days
Okay,
and stay the fines.
okay, 42 days and stay the fine. So you're in agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I be excused?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you may. Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 480 Northeast 13th Street. Oh, sorry. One moment, please. Case number BE 200400363. Owner, law offices of Champaign and Surin, PA. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Good morning, Mr. Surin.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Mr. Champagne?
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
Your Honor, if I may, we have had the contractor. We have recently found out that he has passed. So we're in the process of getting a new contractor to reopen the permit. So we'd ask if we get more than 42 days.
We don't object.
Okay, how about 63 days? And if you run into a problem, you contact the inspector, okay?
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
May I?
Our next case is on page 85. It's a hearing to impose fines. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 1515 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner, Babington Fam Trust, Babington Al Trustee, and all others. Case number BE 200-80142. This case was cited on 8/12/20 to comply by 8/12/20. One section complied at $200. Mr. Babington, are you on?
Mr. Babington, if you are on via telephone, if you could please press *9 to raise your hand. Mr. Babington, once again, please press *9 to raise your hand if you're on via telephone.
Okay, maybe he came off. All right, we'll have to recall this case. He was on there, I'm sorry. Our next case is on page 28, Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 438 Southwest 25th Ave. Owner, Charette L. Adderley. Case number BE 200-40343. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Mr. Adderley, can you please start your video?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Adderley, can you please start your video?
Hi.
Hi, okay, I see your right hand is raised. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Ms. Adderley?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you address this permit and bring it into compliance within the next 42 days?
Yes, ma'am. I've been trying to do that for like the last year almost, and it's like the company is not complying with me.
Okay, well, if that company doesn't work well for you, you may have to try somebody else.
So I have to hire someone else to reopen the permit. This is all new to me.
Okay, well.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Owner? This is Chief Oliva. Are you the property owner?
Yes, sir.
And that's a house, right?
Yes, sir.
George, what kind of permit is this?
It's one to replace 3 windows with impact and a re-roof with shingle roof.
The roof has been completed. I just had 3 windows put in. All right.
Just a second, ma'am.
I think Mr. Oliva is experiencing some internet connectivity issues.
Okay. You're gonna call it again?
Okay. All right, so we're moving on to another case? No, I haven't ruled on this one yet. I was waiting to hear from Mr. Oliva.
Yeah.
I think the chief was trying to ascertain whether or not she could apply perhaps for an owner builder permit and then resolve the expired permits. I'm guessing.
Okay. All right, so do you want to recall the case when Mr. Oliva is available?
Okay, Miss Adderley, we're going to recall your case when the chief comes back on, okay? If you could just sit tight, we'll bring you back into the room. My apologies.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Alexander Albores, property address 5701 Northeast 22nd Way. Owner David Netzevich, case number BE 200700162. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Anna, if you could please press *6 to unmute, *6 to unmute.
Good morning. Alexander Alvarez, building inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. I initially visited this property on July 13, 2020, and was not able to reach anyone. Online research showed house being advertised on Zillow.com for rent as a 3-2 with a 1-1 in-law suite. Redfin.com and Realtor.com property listing photo stamp March 2018 show original kitchen and floor wall layout appearing to match approved floor plan. Zillow.com, Realtor.com photo stamp May 2020 and September 2020 show 2 new kitchens and modified wall layout. This work was performed without first obtaining the required permits. There was a previous case for a new kitchen that was later removed. The property was cited for work without permit, Florida Building Code 2017, Section 105.1. The case was opened July 14, 2020. The inspection report was mailed to the property owner July 17, 2020, with 30 days to get into compliance. Final notice was mailed on August 28, 2020. Notice of hearing posted at the property February 4, 2021. Last I heard from the owner was January 6, 2021. As of February 15, 2021, no permit has been applied for. City's requesting for the magistrate to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Hi, Anna, can you please raise your right hand? I know I can't see you. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we received a violation notice, just like he said, on July 2020. However, there was a past case that was complied on August 28, 2019 for the exact same violation. From where we are with my husband, we feel like the city has reopened the same case that was complied, since the violation as it reads is exactly the same. You know, violation code FBC 2017-105.1. And that was previously inspected several times. So from our perspective, the issue was previously addressed, and there is no violation to continue with this case. I talked to the inspector, and the inspector told me that there is a past case that he knows about, but that he's basing this information on some pictures that he found online. And I see now from what he's showing that he's looking at some realtor that we worked with in the past. However, something here is, I think it's important to know that the pictures that he's referring to are also on the case file with the city that we had in 2018. They're also in the vacation rental application that was done in 2019. And the city has access to all the old pictures from this particular case and the result of compliance on 8/28/2019. All of the communications with the city, how there was no violation found, and how everything there was complied with the case. Now, there were multiple inspections. City officials showed up at the place and checked that this kitchen was not there, because we needed that for a vacation rental. So we had 3 individual inspections with inspectors Kevin Arnold and Mario Carrasquel, with Kevin Arnold and John Suarez, and then with John Suarez for the vacation rental, on the date 7/31/2019, 8/27/2019, and 9/1/2019. And all of the pictures and progress of the corrections are also part of the city records and were sent on July and August 2019 to Chief Inspector George Oliva, Kevin Arnold, Tasha Williams. For all of this that was there, they have this exact same picture from a long time ago, the ones that are displaying right now, and that is not what it looks like or what what we complied with. This is how we purchased everything, and we were, I guess, with the problem in our hands, but we already corrected this. These, whatever person that is listing this, I don't know what's happening there. I need to go there and find out and, figure out what my next step is with that. But as far as it goes with this particular case, it's the same as before, and we're just not understanding why we're being brought up for the same thing.
Okay, Inspector, do you want to explain?
Yes, Your Honor. There's photographs for 4 different kitchens. The original kitchen that was, while the property was being listed when they purchased the property. There is a second picture that was from the previous case that it was addressed, inspected, and complied. The 2 most recent pictures are pictures of newer listings. And in addition to that, we have a copy of the latest full floor plan. Those listing photographs that they do not match our floor plan layout. And it appears that after that previous case was complied, the original kitchen was replaced, and the second kitchen, smaller kitchen that was a violation, was also replaced.
Well, okay, that is not at all what it is, because you're showing me the exact same picture that I have emails with Mr. Oliva and Kevin Arnold. The exact same picture that you're showing me is the exact same picture they had before. That is the exact same.
Emails, the pictures there are listed on the property listing.
Yes, but again, when I talked to you, you didn't give me the name of the realtor or anything. I just copied it off of what you're showing in the screen. So I need to call them and see why they're showing this that way, because that's not how it is. That's not how they're supposed to. I don't know why they're like, I'm not even working with her. So I have to find that out, but that's my problem. I understand that. However, I want to be super sure that we're on the same page here. I see what you're saying, but it is not something that I did at all. And when they went to the property, it was for the exact same thing. They cited me for the exact same thing. They showed me this picture from before and what you have now. And I complied. I did everything. I had to send people in to remove everything. And once it was complied, it was closed. Why am I being brought up for the same exact thing? That is my question.
You can try one more time.
For the record, there's a picture out of all the photographs. Only one of the photographs case, and it was with the owner as evidence that this case is kitchen and not the one associated with the first case. The city is willing to go to the property and do an inspection if the owner agrees to verify what she is stating.
Okay, so what do you want me to do? Do you want to withdraw the case and go inspect, or do you want me to give 60?
It would be up to her. Our photographs show that there is a violation.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to grant the 63 days to bring the property up in compliance. And if you cooperate with the inspector and they come out and inspect it and it turns out that you're correct, then they'll be able to work with you to resolve it.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that work?
Yes, ma'am.
My only concern is I mean, it's very clear to me that I have all of this. I don't mean to.
Yes, ma'am. So if you want to cooperate and have the inspector come out and take a look at it, then it can be resolved if you are correct.
I understand, but I'm feeling, I don't want to say harassed a little bit, but honestly, it feels a little bit like, why are they doing the same? And why are they always bringing up things that are not there? Because again, I complied. I already had 3 separate inspections where it says I complied, and I'm not even telling you about all the other inspections that went over there. Like, I don't have that kind of time to be going to inspect the same thing over and over. That's my concern. Like, they just give me a picture from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Joanna, if I may. I've been informed that this particular owner has several cases related to similar violation in other properties. It's for the record.
Okay. All right. I'm going to grant the 63 days, and the inspector will check out your claim, ma'am, and we'll go from there.
How many days?
63 days to bring the property into compliance unless his inspection shows that it's a city mistake, and then he'll resolve it. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
What about the fines?
There's also fines after the 63 days.
Yes.
It says they're requesting 50. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 41. Property address 1630 Southwest 4th Avenue, Chief George Oliva. Case number BE 200-40246. Owner Dottie J. Parker. Notice posted at property on 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821. Ms. Parker, can you start your video, please? Ms. Parker, can you hear me? Oh, hi. Can you unmute yourself? Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand, Ms. Parker? Do you swear and affirm? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hector.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40-year or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. Ms. Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case is on page 67. Inspector George Oliva, property address 271 Southwest 33rd Court. Owner Laura Inc. Case number BE 200-40459. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio presenting on Chief Oliva's behalf.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city.
1 second, Del Rio. Larissa and Mikhail, attorney. One moment, Inspector. Let me swear them in, please. Hi, Larissa. Can you please start your video? And Mr. Kaifis?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
No, I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
This is attorney Mikhail Kaifets, and I have some difficulties, I guess, with video. I'm on my phone, but the property owner, Larissa Nova, is property owner. She should be there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm here.
Hi, Larissa. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city on behalf of Chief Building Inspector George Oliva, presenting case as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Second case or first case? Okay.
Your Honor, this is Mikhail Kayfitz. I'm an attorney. Can I speak?
Well, yes, I need to know if you're willing to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days.
Your Honor, if I may explain, my client received this property in a process of her divorce proceedings. I'm her family attorney. And we only first notice we received was last week about this hearing. So we absolutely will bring this property to compliance. We already received and we forwarded to Chief Oliva proposal from a professional engineer to do inspection. Professional engineer told myself when I spoke to him yesterday that he would need 180 days to complete inspection and probably to do some remediation. He doesn't know what needs to be done. So I would respectfully ask for 180 days to complete the process. And if you can do this, I'm sure that we can even make it, faster. But it just, I don't know right now how long it would take, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the 42 days is for the property owner to present a report. It doesn't matter if it needs repairs, but they need to present the report stating the condition of the property by the engineer. After the report, if repairs are needed, they will get 180 days to do the necessary repairs.
Okay, do you understand?
Yes, we do, and it sounds reasonable. We appreciate the city giving us additional time. Certainly within 42 days, we'll submit report and then we'll see what happens. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 50. Inspector George Oliva. Property address 900 Northeast 18th Ave. Owner Victoria Park Tower Association, Inc. Case number BE 200403336. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, John. Hi, John. Can you please unmute yourself? Do you swear? Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth that today's proceedings? Hi, John.
I was on this.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? John G.
Let's try that.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I'm going to call back in.
We can hear you just fine.
Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Meeting ID.
Yeah, John, it's fine.
You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Can you unmute me?
Goodbye.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. So I was on the phone, and when I went to go swear to tell the truth.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth that
I
today?
can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna try and call right back in.
Okay.
You're doing.
Should we recall this case?
Somehow it disconnected me when you put me on video.
Okay.
Your meeting ID followed by pound.
Okay, we're gonna have to recall this case, Your Honor. My apologies. Okay. Our next case is on page 60. Chief George Oliva, property address 291 Southwest 33rd Street. Case number BE 200403887. Owner Portside Investment Ltd. Notice posted at the property on 2/6/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Sean. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi. Can you raise your right hand?
I can.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Do
Go ahead, Alex.
Want to
Good
read
morning.
in both cases?
Yes, there's two cases. One that ends in 7 and then the other one ends in 8.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Our next, and also case number BE 200-40388, property address 260 Southwest 33rd Street. Posted at the property 2621, notice posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Alvarez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address is as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. Mr. Villarreal?
Yes, we've already taken care of the structural part and we are trying to schedule the engineer for the electrical. So half the work is done and I believe 42 days should be fine.
Okay, what you need to do in that 42 days is submit the report. Once you submit the report, you'll be giving more time to do the repairs, but you got to get that reported.
Okay, yes, I'm waiting on the second half of the report and I should have that in the next couple of weeks and I will submit that.
Okay, on both properties or both addresses?
Yes, I submitted evidence showing that the architect was out there on Tuesday and he was doing the structural portion of it. And the engineer, again, we're trying to get a hold of someone to get out there promptly to resolve.
Okay, 42 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, at this time, the case from Ms. Adderley, Chief Oliva is still not back in, and I really don't think it's fair to have the owner wait all this time. So can we
All right,
recall that case and have a ruling, please?
Yeah, remind me where it is.
Okay, it was on page, 1 second. I had it right here, I'm sorry. Jorge Martinez, you have the? I don't know. Go ahead. No, it's Jorge Martinez case. Page 28. Can you bring Ms. Adderley back in, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna recall the case on page 28, case number BE 200-40343.
Okay.
Ms. Adderley? Oh, you're there, okay.
Okay, Ms. Adderley, we're sorry to keep you waiting. We're going to proceed with the hearing now.
I think that 42 days is more than enough. And if she calls me, I can work with her.
Okay. All right, Ms. Adderley, I'm going to order that you have 42 days to deal with this permit. But if you run into a problem, don't let the 42 days run without getting in touch with the inspectors or fines will begin to run, okay? So do the best you can within those 42 days. And if you have a problem, call the inspector.
Okay, but do I have to pay for a new permit? That's my question.
Call me next week and let me see how can I help you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're going to recall the case on page. 1 second.
Good morning, John G. Just want to make sure you can hear us. And if you're connected via telephone. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you could please turn down the speaker or the volume in the background. It's causing an echo.
Yes.
Okay. That's the case on page 50, 900 Northeast 18th Avenue. We're going to recall that.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay. John, I can't see you, but I assume you would do this. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay.
Inspector Mario Carrasquel, on behalf of Chief Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The required inspection report for the 40 or 10-year safety hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report within the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. John?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yes, we are in the process of finalizing. We had it.
Okay. I can't hear him anymore, but I believe he said yes, he can do it within 42 days. But they're finalizing the report now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I heard you. All right, thank you very much. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector before the fines start to run.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 5, Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 1450 Southeast 17th Street, owner BRE ESAP Portfolio LLC, in care of Extended Stay Property Tax 1561, case number BE 200800126, notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Mr. Aragon, can you please? Sorry. Hi, I'm sorry, Mr. Austin, can you please raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case BE 200800126, 1450 Southeast 17th Street. Property was inspected on August 17, 2020, and the following violation was observed. Section 28-155, parentheses, A. The existing fire backflow prevention device has not been tested for the subsequent recertification as per City of Fort Lauderdale Municipal Code of Ordinance. CCN 9M57-K8EE. Final notice was mailed to owner listed on BCPA on August 18th, 2020. As of pre-hearing inspection on February 12th, 2021, violation remains per BSI Online. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 per day thereafter for violation.
Mr. Aragon?
If I get some more clarification, I have where we submitted the backflow inspection in February of last year via the portal, and then also this year. So what is it exactly that you guys are looking for us to fix or correct? I need a little more clarification on that.
Did I speak to you yesterday?
No, I think you spoke to my RAM, Scott McDivitt, yesterday.
Yeah, someone from North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I advised, I don't have the computer on me right now, but I advised what needs to be done. I think it's the bypass or the protection. We look at the bypass and protection on BSI Online.
What I was told from our fire inspector is that unit doesn't have that, what you're asking for, and it's grandfathered in, I guess, where it doesn't have that bypass. It's not part of the unit.
It does have it per BSI Online. If not, you have to get with the company that does the inspections for you, and you have to have them update that on BSI Online. And then when I see it on BSI Online, I can comply the case.
Okay, so we have 42 days to kind of get this in order, or at least figure out what's going on with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, no problem. I'll get with them. I'm sure it's probably some paperwork really in this case, so not an issue. And we're not getting fined at all until that 42 days is passed, correct?
Yeah, it shouldn't take more than a week. You get with the company that does that for you. It shouldn't take more than a week or two.
And they came out again on the 15th and re-inspected and re-uploaded the paperwork. So there's just some disconnect there.
Yeah,
but
every year, even though like you have to have an inspection done every year.
Sure.
So even if you can do 2 inspections for 1 year, if you didn't do 2019, you need to do one for 2019, 2020, and then 2021.
Okay.
All right.
It's not just the inspection. There's something else that's a violation needs to be addressed, correct?
Yeah, every year those have to be updated and they have to be tested.
Okay, I'll get with the fire inspection company. We'll get this resolved. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. Have a good day.
Or $50 a day thereafter.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 66. Property address 1550 East Las Olas Boulevard. Owner Ventus Realty LTD partner in care of Kindred Healthcare Inc. Case number BE 200404558. Notice posted at the property on 2421, posted at City Hall 2821. Hi, Mr. Talaki. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or fines of $100 per day thereafter.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Can you bring in the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yeah, if I can, let me just add, the report was, the inspection was completed last year. We had a disconnect with the engineering services group that we hired. Corrections have been made, and as of yesterday, they tell me that they submitted the report.
Okay, well, I guess it's not showing in our system yet, so with the 42 days, we should be able to resolve it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They said it was done. I'll get with a Curry after this meeting to make sure that they did, and I'll get all the necessary documentation as proof that they submitted it. But the report was, the survey of the building was completed last year.
All right,
42 days, and if they submit it, we're going to be able to review it, and if there is any repair, then another extension will be.
Okay, all right, 42 days.
Yep. I have a copy of it here. I just want to make sure that they did submit it because we had a miscommunication with them early on. How can I myself get online and to see that they did submit it so I could feel confident that they did the right thing?
Mr. Taliki, unfortunately, that information is not so easily ready online. What you can do is send an email to me, Tasha Williams, that's T.A. Williams at fortlauderdale.gov, and I can verify that for you.
Okay, Tasha, thank you. Yes, we spoke recently. I do appreciate that.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Oh, did you?
You too. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 53. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Our next case is on page 53. Property address 1851 South Federal Highway. Owner Coconut Court Motel Inc. Case number BE 200-70275. Notice posted at the property on 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821. Inspector Jorge Martinez presenting on behalf of Chief Oliva. Hi, Mr. Patel. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. One moment, please.
Inspector Martinez on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If you run into any problem, make sure you contact the inspector because the fines will start after 42 days.
I will. Thank you.
$100 a day. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next case is on page 61. Property address 1140 Northwest 55th Street. Owner 1163 Holdings LLC. Case number BE 200-40391. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Mr. Bruno. Can you please unmute yourself and raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Alvarez on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Bruno?
Yes, ma'am.
Magistrate Flynn, can you agree to bring the property into compliance within 42 days by submitting the report?
Yes, I actually submitted the report on Monday, so I'm just waiting for them to get back to me. It was submitted in 2015, so I'm not sure why it's still showing up that we did not do it.
Okay, all right, so 42 days to straighten that out or $100 a day thereafter.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 75. Property address 1915 Northeast 45th Street. Owner Geneva Associates LLC. Case number BE 200-400-50. Notice posted at the property on 2/6/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Inspector Sarah Gusti, presenting on behalf of Chief Oliva. Hi, Mr. Ibrahim.
Yes.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Saragusti on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting case number and address as read. The required permit, 40 or 10 years safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come in compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Sir, can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within that 42 days?
Yes, I actually already have a property engineer and it'll be done in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Our next case is on page 66. Property address 751 Northwest 57th Street. Owner 751 Northwest 57th Street LLC. Case number BE 200-40457. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Inspector Martinez presenting on behalf of Chief Oliva. And Mr. Rostov, can you please start your video? It would help if I start mine too. Hello, Vincent Rostov. Hi, can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, I did.
Okay, do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case and number and address as read. The required 40 or 10 years safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Rostov?
Yes.
This Magistrate Flynn, can you bring this property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next case is on page 70. Property address 309 Southeast 18th Street. Owner, North Broward Hospital District. Case number BE 200-70040. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21. Posted at City Hall on 2/8/21. Hi, Mr. Sins, can you start your video, please? And hi. Can you please raise your right hand?
I'm here for Trinity Lutheran Church. Is that who you called?
No, we called North Broward Hospital District. You here for Trinity?
I'm here for Trinity Lutheran Church 2017 case for a reduction.
No, it's not legal.
Do you need the property address and the case number?
No, I have it. Page 78. Okay, it's a hearing to impose fines. Okay, Your Honor, we're gonna go ahead and do this case since he's already there.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Page 78 at the top, property address 110 Southwest 11th Street, owner Trinity Lutheran Church of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 17040346. This case was cited on 4/27/2017 to comply by 9/21/17. Fines were suspended. One section complied at $100. The city is requesting to reduce the fines to $1,275. Someone has this case? The case.
Go ahead, Tasha. I will present it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
How you doing, Benji?
Good. How are you?
Case and address as read. The city is requesting for the fine to be reduced to the administration cost of $1,275.
Okay. Mr. Sens, do you agree with the reduction of the fines to administrative cost of $1,275?
Yes, we do, Special Magistrate.
Thank you very much.
Take care, Benji.
How long do we have to, is there an amount of time to pay that?
Yes, 30
that
days.
The magistrate is requesting?
Yes, 30 days, and we'll send you a letter.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your assistance, guys.
You're welcome, Mr. Sens. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 85. Inspector Jose Saragusti, it's a hearing to impose fines. Property address 5510 Northwest 10 Terrace. Owner 5512 Northwest 10 Terrace LLC. Case number BE 200-80173. This case was cited on 8/18/20 to comply by 8/19/20. Hi, Mr. Butts, can you please start your video? Mr. Butts. Hi, can you please unmute yourself? Okay. Hi, Mr. Butts, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jose.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The case is in compliance. City does not oppose to a reduction of the fines.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
What do you want to tell me about the fines and mitigating, any mitigating circumstances? Why was it out of compliance for 12 days?
So we have a contractor there. We have a beautification program going on the north side of that building of our property there. We have been in compliance by keeping the areas clean, washouts for our vehicles going in and out of the vehicle, to keep the community clean and the streetway and the waterways. You know, we have been doing everything in compliance with the initial fines that came through. And we thought that the case that we're looking at today was already addressed in our original October hearing.
No, it's a different case, that one. I explained to you.
Yeah, but I have it here.
It has fines for too many days.
It has fines for what?
I think let me check, but I don't have with me the information, but I think it was around 12 days.
12 days?
Sorry?
Did you say 12 days?
Because it's 500 each day, and you have $6,000 in this case.
Okay. So you are right. We did discuss this, right? Yeah. However, in our original meeting, this was part of the original case brought forward. This particular one you're talking about. And you had said to me that sometimes you don't read all the cases off in that day. So how am I subject to additional dollars or additional monies when we've already agreed to pay the fines on the original the original date of the hearing?
And it was a different citation. This is another citation, another case. And you know that.
Of course I do. So I adhere to Her Majesty, to Her Honor. What is it that we are in non-compliance for?
Again, which is the question, sorry?
Yes, the non-compliance. What is the fine?
Is in compliance now, but you have a $6,000 fees. We can we don't oppose to the reduction of these fines, but you have $6,000.
So you're not opposed to reduction. Can you reduce the fine?
That's my job, sir. I'm just asking. I was asking you to give me some mitigating factors, but there appears to have been some confusion here.
Yeah.
Is there anything else from the city? Give me 1 second, sir.
Absolutely.
The administration cost for this case is $750.
Okay. All right. I'm going to reduce the entire amount to $1,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 68. Property address 3380 Southwest 11th Avenue. Owner Eagle Holding, Inc. in care of TDA Industry. Case number BE 200-40481. Notice posted at the property on 2/6/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Mr. Skrotsky, can you please start your video? Mr. Steven Skrotsky?
I'm trying. How's that?
You're there. Can you please
Okay,
raise your right hand? Can you please raise your right hand? Can you hear me, Mr. Skrotsky?
I can, thank you.
Oh, okay. Can you please raise your right hand?
I have.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Alejandro.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting in behalf of Chief Building Inspector George Oliva, case number as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Sir, Mr. Skrotsky?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or face a fine thereafter?
We can, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 1821 Southeast 4th Ave. Owner Tender Care Centers, Inc. Case number BE 200-90043. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Drew. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case BE 200-90043, 1821 Southeast 4th Avenue. Property was inspected on September 15, 2020, and the following violation was observed. Section 28-155, parentheses A. The existing fire backflow prevention device has not been tested for the subsequent recertification as per City of Fort Lauderdale Municipal Code of Ordinances. CCN 9V75-D9HV. Fire notice of hearing was posted on February 11, 2021. As of pre-hearing inspection on February 11, 2021, violation remains per BSI Online. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 per day thereafter for violation.
Mr. Ramad?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance within 42 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes, we can. And just for the record, the backflow prevention inspection was done back in May and it was filed, but our vendor incorrectly entered information. When we tried to update it, BSI Online experienced errors. So we're still working on it, and I have been in communication with Hector Suarez regarding the issues. So I think 42 days should be sufficient.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, we can check tomorrow and see if it's in compliance. All right, Drew?
I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Give me a call tomorrow. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 68. Property address 3315 Southwest 15th Ave. Owner 3315 15th Park Avenue LLC. Case number BE 200-50180. Notice posted at the property on 2/6/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Nancy. Can you start your video, please? Oh, hi. Can you unmute yourself, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell? Please raise your right hand. I'm sorry. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Alejandro.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Chief Building Inspector George Oliva, case number as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. City is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Ms. Mangel?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yes. I have a question though.
Sure.
We have a report from 2013 that I emailed to Ms. Williams twice. And I just wanted to make sure that this was the correct report. Do you recall, Ms. Williams, if you received 2 copies of it? And I just want to make sure it's the right report. It is a 4-year that was done in 2013.
Yes, your 40-year was completed. You submitted in 2013, but unfortunately, it was about 5 years too late. So it goes about the date of the building, the date that the year was built. That's what we go by, not the date that you submit the report.
Okay, the report was done in 2013.
Right, and that's when you submitted it. but you are due for your 50 year, which actually you're building at, I think, if I'm correct, your building will be 70 years old this year.
Okay, so I'm a little confused as to which report is the one that was done in 2013 is not valid anymore?
It's not about it not being valid. It was the 40 year and it was due. We contacted you in 2008. That's when it was due. You did not submit it till 2013. So now you have another one that's due.
So
it's every 10 years, not when you complete the report, but when it's due, the life of the building.
Okay, so I have to submit a 10-year report now or 40-year?
Well, 10 year, 50. We call it 10 year, but it's 50 year. So it goes 40, 50, 60, but after 40, we call it 10 year.
Okay.
So you are due now. That is correct.
Okay, so the one that I have is not valid anymore. I just want to make sure that I understand.
That's correct. It's not valid anymore.
Okay.
You need a new one.
A new one. Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Next case is on page 61. Property address 256 Southwest 33rd Street. Owner Chevalier Enterprises LLC, case number BE 200-40390. Notice posted at the property on 2/6/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Mr. Knight, can you start your video, please?
Okay, hang on.
Hi, Mr. Knight, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector Alvarez.
Inspector Alvarez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days or
Yes,
a fine of $100 a day?
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, we've been working with Inspector Oliva and his staff. And I want to say publicly, they've been very responsive, courteous, and professional. We did not know about this obligation until the posting. But since we learned about it, we've been working diligently to comply. We've hired a consultant. We have already emailed electronic copies of the 2 reports that are required to Mr. Oliva's office and his staff. We expect the paper reports to be received by us today. And as soon as that happens, our property manager will hand deliver them to Mr. Oliva's office.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your cooperation, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 44. Property address 5149 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner, Coconut Fields Forever LLC. Case number BE 200-40058. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall on 2/8/21. Hi, Coconut Fields, can you please start your video and unmute yourself? Coconut Fields.
Hello, am I okay now?
Yeah, can you please start your video?
Well, no. The host, well, I start my video. Okay.
Is this Ms. Siegel?
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Siegel. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva, case number and address as read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day after.
Ms. Siegel?
Yes, as I have written to Mr. Oliva, we are in the process. We have a new tenant. that wants to open a liquor store and a restaurant bar. And he's going to do extensive work in the building. It's a freestanding building, and it's surrounded by industrial, but it's a retail building. So he's with the permits into the city now to get permission to do that. So there's no point in me fixing the electricity because he's going to have to make the building to apply to what he needs. So that's why I need a 180-day extension.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Chief Oliva.
I know we were writing to each other. Thank you so much. You've been very kind.
I know. Like I explained to you before, I need to have a letter from an engineer telling me the type of work that's going to be done, the amount of time that's going to take, and if the building is safe to be occupied during that time. Once you provide me that letter, I will give you more time to conduct the work.
I did, yeah.
And the 42 days, because if not, I had to reply back to Broward County that you're not in compliance, and then Broward County come after you.
Oh, so I need to go back to the same engineer. I brought you a whole report of that. Now you didn't approve it because it's not finished. We did not do the repairs because they're going to have to redo the whole building.
Right. Just tell the engineer to give me a letter, one-page letter is all I need.
That's what the building is safe?
That's going to be done. If the building is safe, to continue working inside, and we're done for 180 days.
Okay, so what do I send it to you, to your email?
You can, I would need to have a hard copy. You can mail it to Miss Williams. She's online to listen to you, and she will give you the details.
Who do I mail it to? Miss Williams, Ed? Where?
You will see her name is right there, Tasha Williams.
I think that's where I brought the other report, right? The name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll find it and I will send it the letter. I'll get back with the engineer.
Right, nothing complicated. One-page letter will be sufficient.
Okay, I appreciate it.
The work that's going to be done.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Yes, Your Honor. Come in a second here.
Please don't talk while I'm speaking, please.
It's, Your Honor, 182 days.
Okay.
Is that correct, Chief Oliva?
I thought he said 42 for the letter.
No, 42 days for the letter, but to comply, 182 days.
Okay.
42 days letter, 180 days to comply. Okay.
182 days to comply.
Okay.
All right.
Well, it depends how much longer they're going to take. We'll see how, I don't know what they want to, they do a liquor store and a restaurant bar. So I don't know how long it's going to take them. I hope soon. I don't know.
If you need more time, the engineer can provide
yes.
better. Asking for more time and the reason why.
All right. Thank you so much. Can I shut down now? Can I go home now? I mean, I'm in my office, but I am busy. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next case is on page 58, page 58, property address 2500 East Las Olas Boulevard. Owner, Marine Tower Condominium 2004031. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Yes, hello. Sorry. Are you there?
Yes, we're here. Can you please start your video?
Good morning, Lori. Laura, if you could please turn down the speaker in your background. It's causing an echo.
Okay.
Hi, can
Hello.
you please raise your right hand? Oh.
And I need to turn up my volume. I'm actually attached with my phone as well. Okay. Better?
Yes. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Joshua Oliva, case number and address is read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, Ms. Moretti?
Yes. I have sent several copies of our completed inspections for electrical and structural. I hand delivered the electrical and structural inspections to Mr. Oliva on the 11th of February at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm not quite sure why I'm here. I know that we sent it in late. I thought our engineer had taken care of that, but I did come in at the 11th hour and make sure that it was taken care of. I've left several emails and phone calls, and so I'm not sure why I'm here.
Mr. Oliva, did you get a report?
Your Honor, she submitted the application on the 11th. It takes about a week and a half for us to see it because it has to go through the whole process, including electrical first, and then it comes to me. But within 42 days, if she doesn't have any repair to be done, we can close the case and comply. If she needs repair to be done, we can extend it from 42 to 180.
Okay. Mr. Moretti, give them, we're gonna give you 42 days or $100 a day thereafter. During that time, I'm sure the report will get to Mr. Oliva and he can take it from there.
Okay. But I sent on the 8th, I sent to him and Tasha Williams. I also sent a copy of these inspections and the plans that we're going to be doing on the structural end of things. We're almost done with the electrical at this point. We're waiting for the engineer to come and take a look and then call for the inspection. So 42 days would be sufficient.
Okay, did you also mail it?
Did I what?
Did you also mail the report?
Did I mail the reports? No, I did not mail reports. I hand delivered them.
Okay, does she need to mail a hard copy?
Okay.
I was just gonna say, when I get back to the office, I'll check. Maybe they got crossed with another report or something.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but we'll
All right.
check on that.
They're gonna check it out and get back to you.
Okay. My email is on every email I've sent you. I sent you one on the 8th, Tasha.
Okay, I'll check it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What next? Our next case is on page 24, property address 528 Coconut Isle Drive, owner JWO Real Estate Investment, case number BE 201-00024. Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. I'm sorry? 24. Mr. Bryce, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case and others as read. We've been in communication with the contractors that are carrying on the job on 528 Coconut Isles. They initially, when I first visited this property, they were doing work without permit, but the permits were applied already and they are in process. So we are agreed that we're gonna request a 42-day extension of $50 per day thereafter.
Mr. Bryce?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. We are under process. There are several permits that are currently outstanding that we're working with the city, and I appreciate Mr. Martinez is working with us. Is there a possibility to get a little more than the 42 days of possibly 60 days? Because there's certain things we need to work with to get these things issued.
I think at the moment, what the permits are, I think 42 days are more than enough.
Yeah.
This case has been dragging quite enough. So 42 days, I think, is fair.
All right. 42 days is probably enough considering where you're at. So I'm going to grant that. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Thank you,
Yes,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
Thank you. $50.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I appreciate it. Will I receive something in writing?
You'll get an order.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next case is on page 80, Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Property address 100 East Broward Boulevard. Owner Stockbridge 110 East Broward LLC building in care of Stockbridge Value Fund. Case number BE 200-80003. This property was cited on 8/1/20 to comply by 8/1/20. One section comply at $50.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, one moment, please. Mr. Gutch, can you please can you please start your video?
I think I did.
Oh, we can't see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm raising my right hand. I
Do you
promise.
swear to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez representing the city. This is a massive case. We're here to impose or to request the fines to be imposed. Initially, I visited this property under a hurricane warning. Okay, there was an unprotected pile of sand in front of the building, and a hurricane warning. Sand was flying all over the place. It was raining. The sand, the pile of sand was being washed out and going into the city inlet. At the moment when I posted the citation, there was one of the supervisors. I explained to him what needs to be done. It took a long time for them to correct it. I tried to contact them again. Nothing happened. It got to a point where I have to talk to our assistant building official because I was concerned of the fines growing. And we decided to put a hold on the permits. And that's how we got their attention. Okay, so the city is here to impose fines. I have pictures. I don't know if you would like to see them. And that's where we are right now.
Okay. Mr. Gutch?
Yes, yes, I do understand that he did notify our superintendent, who has since been reassigned. However, as the project manager, I would have had that inlet covered had I saw a stormwater pollution prevention plan as part of the approved construction documents. The superintendent we had out there for one reason or another was green, probably didn't notice it. I didn't notice it because I buy my stuff from the plans, and there wasn't an SWPPP as part of the approved plans. As soon as I learned of it, I had our new superintendent correct the measures, put the gutter buddy in, the collection trap, and everything else. It's just a matter of the superintendent didn't notify me. We've since reassigned him. We certainly apologize, but once it did get to me, we did get that sorted out.
Your Honor, like I said, I mean, as today, I took some pictures when I did the posting. Still, that the inlet has the bodyguard inside the inlet. I mean, it's unacceptable.
Okay. I'm going to impose the fine.
I'm sorry?
I'm imposing the fine.
No reduction?
No reduction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unbelievable.
Your Honor, at this time, we have some respondents that are here who may have not submitted speaker cards, so we need to do that. So we need to take a break, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. address 4531 Northwest 15th Ave. Owner Michael E. Armstrong. Case number BE 200-80023. Notice posted at the property on 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
Hi, Mr. Armstrong, can you start your video, please? Mr. Armstrong, can you unmute yourself and raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you take care of these permits within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter?
I don't know how I can. I've been out of work since July, and right now I'm coping with carpal tunnel syndrome in both hands and frozen shoulder in both shoulders, so I can't work.
Okay, did you have a contractor that was taking care of these permits for you?
No, it was a owner contractor. When I filed for the permit, I was a construction superintendent. So I had access to a lot of subcontractors who could do all this work for me. But I'm no longer a construction superintendent, so those opportunities have dried up.
Well,
I noticed.
We have to do something with this permit.
I understand.
A little more time?
Yeah, I'm going to need more time because it's going to be a while before I'm going to be able to even work to earn an income.
We're actually not charging for renewals at this time.
Okay. Did you hear that, sir? They're not charging for you to renew the permit at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Armstrong, can you reach my inspector Alejandro Del Rio on Monday and see what kind of arrangement we can do for you? Maybe you don't have much seem to be done, and maybe we can take care of helping you at the same time.
Okay. I will do that.
Call my inspector on Monday.
Okay. So Alejandro Del Rio, right?
Correct.
Okay, I have that phone number right here.
Correct. So I'm gonna.
Your Honor, let's do 60 days.
Okay, I'm gonna put 63 days on that with $50 a day thereafter, but I feel pretty comfortable that they'll be able to help you if you get in touch with the inspector, okay?
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11, Inspector Alexander Boris, property address 2740 Northwest 16th Street. Owner, Yas Holdings LLC, case number CE 201-00589. Notice posted at the property on 2321, posted at City Hall 2821. Chen Codish, sorry. Talk to them. Please, thank you. Hi, Ms. Codish, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Alexander Arbores, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. I initially visited this property on October 2020, and observed that a second dwelling unit was built without first obtaining the required permits. In addition, on the main house, I found 2 bedrooms with the windows closed off from the outside of the bedroom wall. The property was cited for work without permit, Florida Building Code 2017, Section 105.1. This case was open October 14, 2020. Inspection report was mailed out to the property owner November 2nd, 2020, with 30 days to get into compliance. Letter from the building official was mailed on December 8, 2020. Notice of hearing was posted at the property February 3rd, 2021. As of February 15, 2021, no permit has been applied for. City is requesting for the magistrate to find that the violations exist and grant the property owners 63 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, Ms. Kodish,
Yes.
are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to issue a finding of fact that the violation does exist and give you 63 days to bring it into compliance or fines of $50 a day thereafter.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Alexander Arbores, property address 528 Southeast 32nd Street. Owner REM Management Group LLC. Case number BE 200900001. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Fanny Vargas.
I'm here.
Oh, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Alexander Arbores, building inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. I initially visited this property on August 26, 2020 and observed current use is not approved by a certificate of occupancy. The property was cited for occupying a building without certificate of occupancy, Florida Building Code 2017, section 111.1.1. This case was opened September 1, 2020. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner September 2nd, 2020 with 30 days to get into compliance. Final notice was mailed out on November 6, 2020. Notice of hearing was posted at the property on February 3rd, 2021. As of February 15, 20, actually, I'll take that back. Permit was applied for on February 17, 2021. City is requesting for the magistrate to find that the violations exist and grant the property owner 91 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Mr. Vargas,
Yes.
are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 91 days since you started the application process?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, I'm going to issue
Yes.
finding a fact that the violation exists and give you 91 days to comply it or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. Okay? I'm so freaking cold.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 80. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 401 Southeast 15th Ave. Owner First Presbyterian Church of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Inc. Case number BE 200-70203. This case was cited on 7/15/20 to comply by 7/25/20. One section complied at $250. City is requesting to reduce fines. Mr. Craven, can you please start your video? Or is he by phone? Oh. What happened to him? Hi, Mr. Craven, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. This was a citation because of digging a sprinkler system without permit. The case is comply. This is a massive case. And because this is non-profit organization, we are agreed to reduce the fines and $575 as administration cost, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Craven,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Do you agree with the reduction of fines from 13,000 to 575 in administrative costs?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for the long wait.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Thank you all.
Our next case is on page 23. Property address 416 Northwest 15th Ave. Owner Leonardo Martinez. Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Owner SKOTG LLC, BTM Properties LLC. Case number BE 200701110. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and address as read. This is an AC change out permit, and it's been already applied on January 22nd. The permit is in process. The city is requesting 42 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
Tiffany,
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Oh, can you start your video? Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bonfiglio, this is Magistrate.
Yes.
Are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
yeah, or
Thank-
$50 a day thereafter.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Property address 1001 Southeast Second Court. Case number BE 200700064. Owner Robert Tranford. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Tranford. Can you start your video, please? Or you're not on video?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Inspector Martinez, Your Honor, representing the city. Case and address as read. This case is because of extended wooden fence. There's an extension that Mr. Tranford installed over the fence, and there are some shade structures in the backyard also. I received an email from him this morning with some pictures, but I had talked to him and I told him that we need to schedule an inspection. These are based on pictures that he can send me, doesn't work. If he wants, I'm more than willing to schedule an inspection on his house. I will request, Your Honor, 22 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Transford?
Go on.
Yes, this is Magistrate Flynn.
Yes.
City has asked for 42 days and during that time they'll come out and inspect the property.
Excuse me, Your Honor, 28 days.
28 days, I'm sorry.
28 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, they've asked for 28 days or $50 a day thereafter, and they will come out and inspect the property to see if it's complied. Is that
The only problem I have with that is I know I have a few other things to take care of, like my walls need to be pressure washed because I guess the city is going to issue me a different violation for having mildew on the exterior walls and things like that. And I was trying to finish up, when we finish up these few violations that I have already done, it's going to have, as soon as he walks on, he's going to say, okay, we got this violation, and this violation. So there's a little bit more maintenance I need to do. So if you can give me a little bit more time, I can try to minimize the amount of things that, like my roof needs to be painted, and you have to have.
Your Honor, my violations are based on construction, nothing in cosmetic.
Yeah.
28 days or $50.
From the building department. They're not gonna issue a citation for your walls or whatever. They're gonna come out and inspect for what they've brought against you today.
Okay.
So, but that doesn't mean that you can't get nabbed down the road. So be diligent about it.
All right.
28 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I will take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Our next case is on page 26, case number CE 19091003, case address 3051 Northeast 41st Street, owner Kevin Corrigan, posted at property February 5th, 2021, posted at City Hall February 8th, 2021. Inspector Leonardo Martinez presenting. Mr. Kevin,
Yes, I'm here.
could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. This case started with a few violations, and the only one that hasn't been addressed is a structure in the back of the house, in the rear of the house. This structure was put in without permits. I have been in contact with Mr. Kevin Corrigan and his wife. There were corrections that they had to address. They just submitted a correction on January 21st. The city is requesting 40 days extension of $50 per day thereafter, Your Honor.
Mr. Corrigan,
Yes.
are you in agreement with 42 days to bring the property into compliance?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Great.
Make sure if you have any problems, you contact the inspector, or you'll be facing fines of $50 a day after the 42 days.
Will do. Thanks, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 32, case number BE 2005-0306, case address 1151 Northwest 19th Court, owner Cloney Maroon, Otelia Maroon, posted at property February 3rd, 2021, posted at City Hall February 8th, 2021. Inspector Jorge Martinez presenting. Mr. Maroon,
Yes.
could you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. Is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Mr. Marone,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you agree to bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have no problem with that, but I have one thing I have to ask. The contractor who is to do the work for me is I don't have to hold with him anymore. And I don't know where he is. I don't have no any contractor to do any work. The work I have to be done. I already done the work by myself, so I don't know what to do with it.
Inspector.
Okay, you still have to hire another contractor and apply for the renewal.
But I don't have the work is supposed to be done, is already done already. But
you still have to take care of the permit, Mr.
I have to do what?
You still have to take care of the permit.
I have to renew the permit?
Yes.
Do I have to redo it myself? I have to get somebody.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes.
Are you the property owner?
Yes.
Is that your residence?
Yes.
Do you reside in the dwelling?
What's that?
Do you reside in the dwelling?
Yes.
Okay, if you have an ID showing that that's your address, and it shows in Broward County, you can apply as an owner builder to requirements and complete the work. So that way you're gonna be out of the jam that you are now.
Okay.
So get with Inspector Martinez. So that you fill the application as an owner builder.
Okay.
And that way you can take care of your expired permit. Yeah, you don't need anybody else.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, 42 days, and like he said, if you have any questions, get in touch with us.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next case is page 34. Inspector Martinez. 34, property address 505 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner Nord Development Group LLC, case number BE 200-40401. Notice for the property on 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Fernando, can you start your video, please?
Yes. Let me see. Yes. Oh. It's not.
Okay, can you?
Yes.
I'll assume that your hand is raised. Do you swear to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
No, yeah, I can do $4.
Ms. Pareto?
Yes.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 42 days by taking care of this permit?
We will need just to reopen the permit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay, yes, absolutely. It will be possible to give us 60 days or no?
No, 42 is more than enough.
Not a problem.
More than sufficient just to get the permits taken care of.
Not a problem, okay.
All right, please do, or the fines will run after that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cross. Our next case is on page 39, Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 615, case number CE 2007-0005, owner Peter Cross. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Okay.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Kraus. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, I swear to tell the truth, Your Honor.
Do you swear in front to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
What's the address again?
615.
Far away.
Right.
Where's that page number?
39.
Oh. Okay. Inspector Martinez. Inspector Martinez for the city presenting case number and address as read. Violation 9-1D, any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consisting but not limited to, there's a new dock, no permits on file. The city is requesting 63 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Kraus?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Before I answer that, I just wanted to know, the length of time being adequate. This is a property that I moved away from and live in another property here in the area. I rented it out. The wood was rotting and I had to replace the top wood on top of the deck. Contractors have done the job. I wasn't aware of the issue of permits, unfortunately. So will I have enough time? I mean, basically, what's the process? Can I apply for the permit?
Are you living on the property?
No, he can't. He already said he's not living on the property.
I moved to Broward Boulevard. This is a house that I've had on for sale since February of I can't remember, 2 years ago, and I had to fix it because it was not rentable because of the wood being starting to rot on the deck. So, can I apply for the permit, or what's the process? Sorry.
You need to hire a contractor.
Well, I used a contractor to do the deck, the deck, and he says that I have to get an engineer. So is that what's normally done?
No, you need to hire a contractor to apply for the permits, and after the fact permit.
Okay. And how many days do I have? Sorry.
63.
Okay, and after that it's fines, correct?
Yeah. 63 days should be sufficient. If you run into a problem, you can contact the inspector, okay?
And the inspector's name again?
Jorge Martinez.
Jorge Martinez?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
At this time, we're going to take a small break. Your Honor's request. Thank you. Our next case is on page 40. Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1218 Southwest 20th Street. Owner Heather S. Kaminsky, case number BE 200-50351. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Page 40.
I'm here. Is it working? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Heather, can you please raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector Martinez.
Can I have the address again? 1218. Okay. Yes. Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Ms. Kaminsky?
I'm sorry, can you speak a little louder?
Yes, Ms. Kaminsky, can you hear me now?
I can now.
Okay, are you in agreement to take care of these permits within the next 42 days?
My biggest problem, Your Honor, is that there's a part that's been holding this all up this whole time. That's from Chile. I unfortunately am a victim of one of the awful construction companies that they never finished the deal. They never finished everything, and they left me with my sliding glass doors, which I sent in a picture of. They're sliding glass doors, and they never gave me the handle, and they're ESW windows. And I've been trying to find the handle and trying to get the handle. I've been calling all different people from ESW. Otherwise, it's another $5,000. I have to take out all the windows. They're sliding glass doors, which I can actually show you right there. I'd have to take them all back out and get new ones. I'm just trying to get a hold of the handle, and it's the ESW is based out of Colombia. So that's my biggest problem. I just want an extension, but I can't guarantee that I can get them in the handle in 45 days. I've been trying for 60 days as it is.
The 42 days is to renew the permit.
So I just have to go, I can go in and do it as an owner permit and just renew it.
Yes.
And then how many days after that?
You're going to have 180 days.
Okay, so hopefully I can get it. If not, then I'm in bigger trouble. Trust me, I've been living like this and I don't want to live like this.
All right, 42 days to renew that permit or $50 a day thereafter.
Yes, and if you ever hear of South Florida Construction and Home Improvement, please make sure you don't have anyone use them or take them off. They were beyond horrible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So thank you.
Good luck to you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 51. Property address 2115 Southwest 2nd Avenue. Owner, Shoker Enterprises LLC. Chief George Oliva. Case number BE 20070045. Notice posted at property on 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mr. Shoker, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Mario Carrasquel on behalf of Chief Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report within the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Shoker, this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yes, I actually got confirmation that Eric Carbonell with Expedited Permit Services delivered it this morning to the city. So it should be all wrapped up very soon.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 54. Property address 600 West Brow Boulevard. Owner, Performing Arts Center Authority. Case number BE 20070277. Notice posted at the property on 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821. Chief George Oliva. Page 54, who has that?
Hello, is this 600 West Brow?
Mr. Jones, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. One moment, please.
Ready? Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address is read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 180 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance within the next 180 days by submitting a new report?
Who do I speak to as to why my report failed? It was supplied by two engineers, electrical and structural. Who would I go to get the information so I can get back to them and tell them what they have to do to change the report?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. This is Chief Oliva. I think we spoke on email. We exchanged email a couple times. This is in regard to the car accident that came through the door and damaged the wall of the building. And the reason why the report failed is because those repairs needs to be done before the engineer certified the report saying there's no repair needed. That's why we're giving you 180 days so you can sit down with the engineer that send the report to us and work a plan to have it fixed. In case there's more time needed, you always can ask the engineer to send me a letter requesting an extra 180 days. But at this moment, we're standing with the work that needs to be done, which is the repair of the wall that the car damaged, and we are giving you 180 for that. If you need more, I'd be more than happy to give you more time as long as I get a letter from the engineer.
Okay, may I find out who do I request an extension to? Our issue is this. The Broward Center, which owns the structure technically, has been closed since March of 2020. We have no Broadway shows, we have no income. The repairs to meet the car damage and to meet the 40-year inspection are things that are wrong, will be in excess of $200,000. That's the reason why we've stopped the repair. It's a funding issue at this moment.
I do understand that part, but I need for you to understand my part that I have to follow the mandate from Broward County also. And I'm trying to work with you, giving you the best offer. Maybe you can work with the engineer, give us some type of time frames, step by step. I don't want everything to be done at the same time. And like I say, you pass a 180, you can request another more time. But this needs to be taken care of because it's a law.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, has been a pleasure talking to you, sir.
As well as you, sir. And thank you, court, very much. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
180 days or $100 a day thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Good luck to you in the center.
Okay, thank you much.
Our next case is on page 62. Inspector George Oliva, property address 2312 Northeast 53rd Street. Owner, Cross Professional LLC. Case number BE 200-40393. Notice posted at the property 2621, posted at City Hall 2821. Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg, can you unmute yourself, please? And start your video.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Goldberg, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Alvarez on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10 year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Goldberg, this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yeah, Your Honor, I certainly can. For the record, I didn't receive the report until February 8th. I've already had the property inspected by the engineer and just minor repairs. They should be looked after in a week. So I appreciate the time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 63. Property address 2201 Northeast 9th Street. Owner, Full Gospel Church of Living God, Inc. Case number BE 2004-0427. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Hi, Mr. Parks, can you start your video, please? Hi.
Okay.
Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Olivas, case number and address as read, the required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Parks?
Yes.
Mr. Parks, this is Magistrate Flynn.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to bring the property into compliance by submitting the report within 42 days?
Yes, we've already hired the engineers. The electric is done. And the structural folks got rained out Tuesday, but they're coming back to complete it.
Okay, make sure you get it done within that 42 days. Otherwise, there's going to be a fine of $100 a day. So if you run into trouble, contact the inspector.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 69. Property address 1400 Northeast 5th Avenue. Owner, Faith Church of the Nazarene. Case number BE 200500184. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Alex Sensmeyer, can you please start your video, please? Hi, please raise your right hand and unmute yourself. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, on behalf of Chief Building Inspector George Oliva, presenting case as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Sir.
The report has been done two days ago.
Well,
and we're going to mail it to you. Or if there is any email address, I can send it to you as we speak right now.
okay. Say that again, sir.
The report has been done by the engineer we hired.
Okay.
And there is a couple repair in the unit, but I know I have to submit it first.
Okay, so I'm going to grant the city's request for 42 days, and then they'll be able to review the report and get back with you. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No problem, thanks.
Our next case is on page 70. Property address 309 Southeast 18th Street. Owner, North Broward Hospital District. Case number BE 2007040. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21. Posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the Chief George Oliva, presenting the case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved.
Mr. Hernandez, please start your video. Oh, sorry, Jose.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Continue, Jose, that's fine.
The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Mr. Hernandez?
Oh, let me swear, Your Honor, he wasn't ready yet. Mr. Hernandez, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 42 days by submitting the report?
Yes, Your Honor, and just for the record, I already did the inspections. I have both reports, structural and electrical, on hand. I'm just waiting for my account payable to issue my check in order to go to the city and submit all the reports.
Okay, make sure that doesn't slip through the cracks or the fines will start running after 42 days.
No problem. I will take care of it.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 76. Property address 905 Northeast 18th Avenue. Wait, hold on one second. Is this respondent here, Carol Dieter? Is there Carol Dieter there? Is there Carol? I don't remember seeing that name or speaking to that person. Justin?
76.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Michael Daniel. That's the name he's under. Okay. Hi, Carol. Can you please start the video?
Yes.
Okay. I'll continue to read the case. Page 76, property address 905 Northeast 18th Avenue. Owner Aventura Note Holders LLC. Case number CE 14111345. This property was cited on 11/24/14 to comply by 8/6/2015. Fines were suspended. One section complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Hi, Carol. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And please state your name for the record.
Okay.
Go ahead. State your name for the record.
Carol D.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is complied. City is requesting for fines to be reduced to the administrative cost of $250.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Can you say it for me one more time?
Carol, D-I-E-T-E-R, Dieter.
Okay. Ms. Dieter, I'm assuming you're in agreement from the reduction from $86,000 to $250.
Yes.
Very much.
Our next case is on page 76. Property address 2501 Del Lago Drive. Owner, Mays Trust. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. Case number BE 200600274. This case was cited on 6/25/20 to comply by 7/24/20. Fines were suspended. One section not complied at $50. Fines continue to accrue. Hi, Mr. Hatfield. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, thank you. The inspector will be right with you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. Presenting case as read. I'm gonna let the respondent speak.
Okay, Mr. Heffield?
Your Honor, we have a very unique situation with the most unusual circumstances in this property that I've seen in a long time. Other than the fact that when this property was going to be sold last summer, late in the summer, a fraudulent deed was filed purporting to transfer the property to someone else other than the 2501 Del Lago LLC, which is the proper owner. In addition to that, the sale of the property was canceled, and I could go on for about 20 minutes with all the problems that have come on with this property. If the court would be so gracious as to allow us about 40 days to get new permits on it, hopefully we can get the permits renewed and also avoid the foreclosure sale, which is scheduled for March, with a buyer who wants to purchase the property right now, and preserve that situation for the new buyer.
Okay. Any objection?
No, this is a case that is accruing fines. So if Your Honor wants to stop the fines and allow them the 42.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna give you 42 days and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 79, property address 401 Lido Drive, Inspector Hector Suarez, owner 401 Lido LLC, case number BE 200800071. Property was cited on 8/7/2020 to comply by 8/7/2020. One section complied at $500. Jody. One moment, Hector.
No problem. I think there's 5 for this address.
I know, but I can't read them all in at the same time.
No worries.
Hi, Jody. Can you please raise your right hand?
I can, yes.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case as read. On August 7, 2020, a citation violation notice was completed and posted for 2514. There is silt sediment matter discharging into the streets at this location. On August 10th, 2020, the violation came into compliance, but as of this date, the civil penalty has not been paid. On February 2nd, 2020, the notice of hearing was posted to property. The city is requesting full imposition.
Okay, sir,
Yes.
what do you want to tell me about this fine?
I try to take care of everything as soon as I'm notified of said defect. Evidently, some of these I did not get notified on, or by the time I was notified, we were already well into the fines. I believe some of the fines started the day that they were issued, not this particular fine, I don't believe. And it just takes a few days to get them repaired and done, and just lack of communication between that job site and myself. And the notices end up going to an attorney on the west coast of Florida. And yeah, that's a bad day there. I see the pictures.
All right, I'm gonna fine for the city and impose the fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 81, property address 401 Lido Drive, case number BE 20060163, Inspector Alexander Alvarez, owner 401 Lido LLC, cited on 6/12/20 to comply by 6/15/20. One section complied at $150.
Good afternoon, Inspector Alvarez on behalf of the city. Case number and address as read. This case is complying. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed.
Okay, sir, once again, Do you have anything different to tell me on this one?
It would just be a lack of myself being notified, and I think the inspectors will. I've now spoken with pretty much all the inspectors and given them my cell phone number, and ask them to please call me if there is any more problems in the future, so I can get right on it and take care of them. This would have just been another lack of me knowing what needed done there.
Okay, I'm going to impose a fine.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 82. Inspector Alexander Albores, property address 401 Lido Drive. Can I just read both of these at the same time, Your Honor, since it's the same inspector? Well, no, it's a different violation. I'm sorry. 401 Lido Drive, owner 401 Lido LLC, case number BE 2007-0180. Case was cited on 7/14/20 to comply by 7/16/20. One section complied. City is requesting full amount. Go ahead.
Inspector Alvarez, on behalf of the city, case number and address is read. This case is complied. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed.
Okay, sir. Anything else you want to tell me?
I don't have anything else to tell you. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I am too, but I have to impose the fine.
Our next case is on page 82. Inspector Alexander Albores, property address 401 Lido Drive, case number BE 2008-0097, cited on 8/11/20 to comply by 8/11/20. One section complied.
Inspector Alvarez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is complied. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed.
Okay, sir. Anything else?
I wish I had something else, but I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Impose the fine.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 83. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 401 Lido Drive, case number BE 200-90015. Property cited on 9/4/20 to comply by 9/6/20. One section complied at $150.
Inspector Jose Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The case is in compliance. The city is recommending for the fine to be imposed.
Okay. Sir, anything else? Sir?
Nothing.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to impose.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 82. Inspector Alexander Albores, property address 419 Southeast 2nd Street, owner MQMF Las Olas Owner LLC, case number BE 200-90011. Property cited on 9/4/20 to comply by 9/5/20. One section complied. City is requesting full amount. Harold, I said Dina. I know, I can't find her case, so it's Harold. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Harold. Are you? Is he in? I can't see him, but Harold, can you please raise your right hand? Oh, sorry. I can't see him. What, this one? Yeah. Harold, are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can you start your video, please?
I'm up. Can you see me?
No.
Hello?
Okay, Harold, can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Alvarez. On behalf of the city, case number and address is read. This case is complied. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed.
Okay, Mr. Paris,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. There's $4,500 in fines that have accrued on this property. City is asking me to impose. What do you want to tell me?
I just want to clarify that this was handed down from the developer actually building the building to us. We were doing some work there. But this is, I just wanted to make sure this is not fine to my company, Viking Utility, and that it is to the owner of the building. They do have dewatering systems on their behalf. They do have dewatering systems there working on site to dry up the ground, and the road was cleaned up. But I'm just trying to clarify that is who the fine is actually sent to.
The owner.
The owner of the building. Okay. On their behalf, you know, I will say that they do have dewatering systems in place down there, and I know that they were we were washing down the road for them every single day. So this is definitely construction dirt on there.
I agree. It is construction dirt. It was not contained, and it was washing into the city inlet. There was a number of re-inspection done by different inspector, and that's why the fines accrued to the amount that they accrued to be. It was complied on 9/15. Initial inspection was on 9/4/2020. After that, 7 re-inspections had been performed, none in compliance.
Okay, yeah, we were not responsible for dewatering the site. That was on the developer.
It was not for dewatering, it was for silt runoff into the street.
With the water running off of the site, correct?
Matter and fluids, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's nothing that we could do about that. That's part of the construction of the building.
Okay, this is your building though. You own the building, right?
It is not, ma'am. This was it's not our building. I'm not an owner's rep. I was just a contractor working on site. So, you know, they should have represented themselves today.
Yeah, the city does not support a reduction of fines.
Does not.
Does not.
Okay. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna impose the fines.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case is on page 77. Inspector Mario Carswell, property address 924 Orange Isle, case number BE 200-90061. Owner Bobby L. Hag Jr. This case was cited on 9/18/20 to comply by 9/28/20. One section complied at $250.
Good afternoon, Inspector Mario Carrasquel, updating case and address as read. The citation 181 with a stop work order was issued on September 18, 2020 to comply by September 28, 2020. The building permit BLD RALT 20100 018 was applied for on October 5th, 2020, and was issued on November 2nd, 2020. So the property was 34 days out of compliance. I will request that the fines to be reduced to $8,500.
Okay. Ms. Gray?
Yes, hello. Dina Gray, attorney for the property owner. I couldn't hear the inspector's recommended reduction amount.
The reduction is from $15,750 to $500.
To $500?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, to $8,500.
$8,500, I'm sorry.
Oh, $8,500.
Sorry, before you go on, Dina, the inspector started first. So I wasn't able to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding is that as Inspector stated, that they were cited on November 18th, or excuse me, September 18th, with 10 days to comply with obtaining to 009014 on the 28th within the compliance date for fixtures and to replace, there was some plumbing issues and to replace the water heater. And my understanding is what was explained to me as they were doing work, more issues had come up. They found termite damage and other issues that had required repairs. So they did apply for another permit on October 5th, as the inspector mentioned, and to do for that work. So it's our position that they did work into compliance, or the property owner had acted in all due diligence to get the permits in place so that they can continue work. So I would respectfully ask to reduce the fines to a lower amount. We were requesting administrative costs.
Anything else from the city?
Okay, that would be 8 days until compliance. So it's going to be $2,000.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Our next case, thank you. Our next case is on page 83. Our next case is on page 83. Property address 805 North Victoria Park Road. Owner, Ecor LLC. Case number BE 200-50041. This case was cited on 5/5/20 to comply by 5/7/20. One section complied at 150. Hi, David. Can you please raise your right hand? Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Arbores. On behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is complied. Owner's rep is here to request reduction of fines. I will let the owner rep speak at this time. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. This was back in when the corona, we weren't really in the office. We did take care of it immediately, but we did not get any follow-up or nothing. We didn't follow up after we did it with anyone. No one was in the office, but we did take care of the issue immediately when it was given to us. It was a tarp, a fence tarp that was on the sidewalk, and we picked it up.
City has no objection in reduction of fines to administrative costs of $543.
Okay. I'm going to impose administrative costs of $533.
43, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
43. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez?
So we have to pay that fine even though we did it? We had fixed the problem and we were shut down because of the corona?
Yes, well, those are the city's hard costs, and I think it's fair to reduce from 12,300 to city costs, so I'm gonna impose those costs.
What? January 26th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 84. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 116 South Federal Highway. Owner, Los Olas Walk owner, LP. Case number BE 200600071. This case was cited on 6/4/20 to comply by 6/4/20. One section complied. We're requesting to vacate order from 11/10/20.
Okay, so ordered.
Iman, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings? Okay, thank you.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The case is in compliance. City is recommending for the fines to be imposed.
Okay. Sir. Mr. Muller, can you hear me? Ahmad, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
All right, I had it muted.
Okay. $1,500 in fines have accrued and the city's requesting full amount.
Yes. Okay, so what happened was unrelated to our project. There was an AT&T crew working along the street that's in the middle of both our buildings. They were digging to reach some of their equipment underground, and they were draining some of the water into a nearby storm drain, which we had protected with the gutter buddies, but it wasn't draining enough, so they went ahead and poked holes in our filter fabric so it could drain better. And like I said, they weren't related, not a subcontractor. The work they were doing wasn't related to our project, and we were still fined for it.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
We recommend to impose the fine.
Okay. Under these circumstances, I'm going to reduce the fine to $600.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. In our attendees, do we have someone here for 1515 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard? Please raise your hand if we do. Okay, somebody signed up. Okay. Okay. Our respondents, Justin, what case are you here for, please?
Hi, this is James.
Sir, if you are on multiple devices, please hang up one. You're causing the feedback. Justin, can you hear us?
Hi. Yes, it's Jim Herschella. I had to step in for Justin. He had to go to a deposition, and we're talking about 145 Fiesta Way.
Okay, one moment, please.
We have the right Justin Fiorelli.
Okay, we're gonna call that case now. Inspector Jorge Martinez, page 76. Mr. Justin, can you? Okay, he's gonna put you in so you can start your video.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Please raise.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Our case is on page 76, property address 145 Fiesta Way, Nodine Motor Company, Inc. Case number BE 2004090. This case was cited on 4/9/20 to comply by 5/8/20. One section not complied at $50, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not complied. City is requesting for fines to be imposed.
Your Honor, we're like within weeks of getting a settlement agreement with the contractor. We've been involved in litigation. They have agreed that they're going to pull a new permit and rebuild the dock. And so we're asking for the patience and 30 to 45 days to pull a new permit. The installer is going to rebuild the entire dock.
Okay.
City doesn't now oppose.
Pardon me?
We don't oppose.
You don't oppose?
No.
Okay. All right, we'll give you 42 days and suspend the fine during that time.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Mark Samuel Francis, can you please tell us what case you're here for? Ricardo, can you please let us know what case you're here for? (1911). Can you please let us know what case you are here for? Phone number ending in 7304. Can you please let us know what case you are here for?
Ricardo Canales.
Ricardo, what case are you here for?
BE 200800074.
0074. Okay, we're going to hear that case now. Inspector Alexander Arbores. Mr. Ricardo, can you please start your video? Property address 1251 Southwest 28th Road, case number BE 200800074. Owner Ricardo Canales, cited on 8/10/20 to comply by 11/8/20. One section complied at 250. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What page are we on?
Well, I'm sorry. 82, page 82.
Inspector Arbores, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is complied. The owner, Mr. Canales, is here to request a reduction of fines. I will let the owner speak at this time.
Okay. Mr. Ricardo, what do you want to tell me about this fine?
We tried to get an engineer to fix it. And then I got sick, Corona-19.
Okay.
We start to 1 week before to 90 days, too slowly. Me and my brother, to demolition. And I take a picture the day.
Okay, so you were unable to comply because you were sick?
Yes.
All right.
The city does not oppose to reduction of fines to administrative costs of $405.
Okay. All right. I'm going to reduce the fines. Actually, I'm not going to give you any fines, but I will charge administrative cost of $405.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Feel better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Caller ending in 7304. Can you please identify what property you're here for? Hello? Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, 7304. Okay, Your Honor, this concludes all our respondents. We have people on there, but I guess, a moment. 1911, can you please identify the property that you're here for? Can you please press *6 to unmute yourself? Okay. This concludes all our respondents. Going back, starting on page 2, Inspector Bobby Masula, property address 2513 Northeast 33rd Ave, 1-2, case number BE 200900006, Weiss Family Revocable Trust, Marlene Weiss, trustee. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821. Okay, this case is complied. Page 3, Inspector Bobby Mazula, property address 1400 Northeast 16th Court, owner MDR Motors LLC, in care of Michael Greco Jr., case number BE 21010035. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Robert Masula, Fort Lauderdale Building Inspector, presenting case BE 121010035, property 1400 Northeast 16th Court. I would like to enter a notice of a copy of the violation into the record, which details the violations listed on the agenda, as well as the corrective action for each violation. I made a site visit to this property on January 12th, 2021, to do a posting for a previous code case for work without permits. While I was at the property, I observed this large covered awning, and I took the pictures out of it before you today. There's no permit activity to address this large awning structure as of Tuesday, February 16th at 12:25 p.m. I would like to include a display of the data photos taken of the property and enter them into evidence. I ask that the magistrate find for the city that the property owner is in violation and ask the magistrate to order the property owner to come in compliance, only because I spoke with the owner the other day, giving them 56 days or a fine of $100 a day.
So
Thank you.
ordered.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 3, Inspector Mario Carswell, property address 6815 Northwest 28th Ave. Owner, Fred J. Harper Jr., Fred J. Harper Jr. Revocable Livable Trust, case number BE 201000003. This notice posted at the property on 2321, posted at City Hall 2821. It's a new business.
Mario Carrasquel, building inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. I would like to enter a copy of the notice of violation and the pictures into the records describing all the violations in today's agenda. The case was opened on October 1st, 2020. The inspection report was sent on October 1st, 2020. The final notice was sent on November 3rd, 2020. The notice of violation was mailed to the address of record on January 31st, 2021, and posted at the property on February 3rd, 2021. The pictures are showing a driveway resurfacing and enlargement. The work was commenced without obtaining the required permits and inspections. We are asking the special magistrate to find for the city that the violations are existing and 56 days to come into compliance by obtaining the required permits, and after that period has ended, a fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Mario Carswell. We're just going to go in order so you guys can bring all your cases and just stay up there and let's get it going. Property address 710 Southwest 38th Terrace. Owner, Victor C. Blackwood. Case number BE 201-00038. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Mario Carrasquel, being inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of today, they remain expired. The city is asking under the Florida Building Code 2017 105.3.2.1 for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Bottom of page 4, property address 2506 Castile Isle. Owner, Scott M. Allard. Case number CE 1904-2524. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Mario Carrasquel, building inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of today, they remain expired. The city is asking under the Florida Building Code 2017 105.3.2.1 for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 6 at the top, Inspector Hector Suarez. Property address 3120 Southwest 17th Street. Owner, Select Ocean Holding LLC. Case number BE 200-60159. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case as read by the clerk. Property was inspected on June 12, 2020, and the following violation was observed as depicted on the photos. 91D, any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining required permits consistent of but not limited to wood fence. I have had contact with property owner and advised the violation and how to comply. Final notice was sent November 6, 2020. As of pre-hearing inspection on February 11, 2021, there has not been any permits applied for. Violation remains. The city is requesting 28 days or $250 per day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
$250 a day, 28 days to comply.
Yes, I ordered that.
Okay, thank you.
Page 7 at the top, property address 1129 Northeast 15th Street. Owner, First DB Investments LLC. Case number CE 200-20766. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
This is for 1129, right?
Oh, I didn't say the address. 1129 Northeast 15th Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Inspector Suarez presented case as read. Property was inspected by Inspector Bish on February 21st, 2020, and on February 24th by myself. And the following violation was observed as depicted in the photos. 91D, any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There's construction work at the property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consisted of, but not limited to, windows, water meter. The water meter was removed. and wooden fence. Wooden fence was removed too. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed on BCPA on March 4th, 2020. Final notice sent on April 3rd, 2020. Second final notice was amended with amended items violation was also sent. As of pre-hearing inspection on February 12, 2021, there has been a permit applied for but not issued. Violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days and $100 per day thereafter.
Order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is the bottom of page 7, Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address B6353 Bay Club Drive, number 63532. Owner, Regina Fox and James Fox, case number BE 200-80133. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 8, property address 3356 Northeast 42nd Court. Owner, Sifa Sevic, case number BE 200-70271. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 3330 Northwest 69th Street. Owner, Home for You Investment Group LLC, case number BE 200-70264. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Moving over to page 9, property address 3300 Northeast 36th Street, number 1209. Owner, Carolyn and John Fallon, case number BE 200-70241. Notice posted at the property on 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 3250 Northeast 28th Street, number 109. Case number BE 200-70223. Owner, Kenneth Rice, Pamela Elliott. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting 42 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Moving over to page 12. Inspector Alexander Alvarez, property address 2600 Delmore Place. Case number BE 200-30034. Owner, Michael F. Maldell and Margaret A. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Alexander Alvarez, building inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. I initially visited this property March 13, 2020, and observed that a generator, gas line, underground fuel tank were installed without first obtaining the required permits. Property was cited for work without permit, Florida Building Code 2017, Section 101.5. The case was opened March 13, 2020. Notice of hearing posted at the property on February 3rd, 2021. Plumbing gas permit was applied for, never issued. A generator permit was applied for, never issued. As of February 15, 2021, no permit has been issued. City is requesting for this magistrate to find the violation exists and grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Okay. Our next case is on page 14. Property address 5240 Northeast 14th Terrace. Case number CE 200-80415. Owner, Fozzie Gian F. Foron McCann. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Alexander Alboris, building inspector for the city, presenting case number, property address as read. I initially visited this property in August 2020, and found a new brick pavers, driveway, and walkway installed without first obtaining the required permit. The property was cited for work without permit, Florida Building Code 2017, Section 105.1. The case was open August 10, 2020. Inspection report mailed to the property owner August 21, 2020, with 30 days to get into compliance. Final notice was mailed out October 1st, 2020. Notice of hearing posted at the property February 4th, 2021. As of February 15, 2020, no permit has been applied for. City is requesting for the magistrate to find that the violations exist and grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 14, property address 1720 Northeast 56th Street, 1-4. Case number CE 200-40358, owner International Investment Partners LLC. Notice posted at the property 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Alexander Alboris, building inspector for the city, presenting case number and property address as read. I initially visited this property August 12, 2020, and observed that a new roof was installed without first obtaining the required permits. Property was cited for work without permit, Florida Building Code 2017, Section 105.1. The case was open on April 30, 2020. Inspection report mailed to the property owner August 14, 2020, with 30 days to get into compliance. Final notice mailed on September 21st, 2020. Notice of hearing posted at the property February 4th, 2021. Records showed no permit application. Records show permit application was voided on February 11, 2021. As of February 15, 2021, no permit has been issued. I spoke with the owner and he agrees to get into compliance within 63 days. City is requesting for this magistrate to find that the violation exists and grant the property owner 63 days to get into compliance, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 15, property address 1012 Southwest 5th Place, owner Roshan Asset Management LLC, case number CE 200-90261. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Alexander Alboris, building inspector for the city, presenting case number and property address as read. I initially visited this property September 15, 2020, and observed wood deck and in the backyard and a tiki hut structure, including electrical and plumbing, installed without first obtaining the required permits. The property was cited for work without permit, Florida Building Code 2017, Section 105.1. The case was open September 8, 2020. Inspection report mailed out to the property owner September 17, 2020, with 30 days to get into compliance. Final notice was mailed on October 23rd, 2020. Notice of hearing posted at the property on February 3rd, 2021. As of February 15, 2021, no permit has been applied for. City is requesting for the magistrate to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 16, property address 3300 Northeast 36th Street, 1618. Case number BE 200-70247. Owner, Shilamate Keeble Morton, Shilamate Keeble Revocable Trust. Notice posted at property 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21. Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector Jose Saragusti.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in the today agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 17, property address 1708 Southwest 10th Ave. Owner Caesar R. and Stephanie Layla. Case number BE 2006090. Notice posted at the property 2321. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in the today agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 17. Property address 1711 Northeast 9th Ave. Owner Roderick Todd Landry. Case number BE 200600091. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in the today agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 19. Property address 330 Southwest 29th Ave. Owner Michael Francis Estate. Case number BE 200-40216. Notice posted at the property on 2321. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in the today agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 1401 Northeast 53rd Street. Case number BE 200-50401. Owner Harbor Cove Condo Association Inc. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presented the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 19. Property address 1455 Northeast 57th Street. Case number BE 200-50454. Owner William E. Womack.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presented the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Moving on to page 20. Property address 1815 Southwest 4th Street. Case number BE 200-60124. Owner Andrew Truesdale. Notice posted at the property on 2321. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit was left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 21. Property address 2121 Southwest 16th Terrace. Owner Georgian Oaks Homeowners Association Inc. Case number BE 200-60204. Notice posted at the property on 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in the today agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2817 North Atlantic Boulevard. Case number BE 200-70013. Owner O'Brien Family Land Trust. Notice posted at the property 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2555 Northeast 11th Street, number 108. Owner Walter Whalen Revocable Livable Trust. Whalen Case number BE 200-60283. Notice posted at property 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 22, property address 2823 Northeast 36th Street. Owner Edward Echeverry. Case number BE 200-70012. Notice posted at the property 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 3061 East Commercial Boulevard. Owner 3061 Commercial Boulevard LLC. Case number BE 200-70147. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Permit were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 209 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner, the Seasons Condominium Association of Fort Lauderdale, Inc. Case number BE 200-40009. Notice posted at the property 2321. Posted at City Hall 2821. Inspector Leonardo Martinez.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. There were two violations on this property. The violators applied for one of the permits, and there are still two showers that were remodeled without permits. I've been in contact with them. They are ready to apply for them. So city is requesting 42 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
Page 24, property address 2424 Northwest 24th Street. Owner Drax Investments Properties 3 LLC. Case number BE 200-20063. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. There were some mini split units installed in this property and some plumbing work done without permit. I think there were two water heaters. The permit has been applied on January 21st of 2021. 2021. City is requesting 40 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 25, property address 1381 Southwest 33rd Terrace. Owner Nelson Reyes. Case number CE 200-70858. Notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. There were carport enclosure and new split unit installed on this property without permit. The permits were applied, and there are corrections pending since October 29th of 2020. The city is requesting 42 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 1518 Southwest 25th Street. Case number CE 200-10172. Owner Rhonda L. Froy. Case notice posted at the property on 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. There was a driveway installed without permit on this property. Rhonda, the owner, has been in contact with me. The permits are in the city. They are in process, and city is requesting 42 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2630 Southwest 13th Ave. Owner Sailors Landing LLC. Case number BE 200-60150. Notice posted at the property 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. There was a big renovation on this property, like closing exterior walls, reinforcing roof deck, sewer and supply lines renovation, new water heater. The permit was applied on October 2nd of 2020. Jason just had contacted me a few days ago. He already dropped the corrections in the city as of February 14 of 2021. Permits are in process. City is requesting 42 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 26, property address 35 North Federal Highway, case number CE 200100003, owner Pavilion Limited, in care of Amira Properties, Inc. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and others as read. There was an aluminum fence installed in the north side of the building. The owner, Michael, has been in touch with me. They just submit the permits. They were applied on February 12th of 2021. The city is requesting 42 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case at the bottom of page 26, property address 200 Southwest 18th Ave, owner Andre Newton, case number BE 200-40320. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martino representing the city, case and others as read. I've been in contact with this owner too. He started to form a new patio slab. The permit has been applied. The city is requesting 42-day extension of $50 per day thereafter.
Page 27, property address 6761 Northwest 21st Terrace, case number BE 200-20003, owner William C. McCullough Enterprises, Inc. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martino representing the city, case and others as read. Your owner permit was a fence permit. It was issued yesterday. This case is compliant.
Thank you. Property address 2630 Southwest 13th Ave, owner Sailors Landing LLC. Wait a minute, didn't we just hear that one?
I think so.
Just let me make sure. 0150.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
on
we
page.
We did, but the narratives are different on the two cases.
Yeah, but but it's the same case number. So
It is.
It is?
Yeah.
So sorry, Rhonda, it's incorrect. Moving on to page.
So we're going to withdraw that case for the record, right?
For the record, this case will be withdrawn on page 27.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Rhonda. Page 29, property address 945 Carolina Avenue, owner 945 Carolina Avenue LLC, case number BE 200-50209. Notice posted at the property on 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 918 Northwest 8th Ave, owner HFH 918 LLC, case number BE 200-50192. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 30, property address 816 Northeast 20th Ave, owner 816 Building LLC, case number BE 200-50116. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 31, property address 999 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner HPT IHG, 2 Properties TR. Case number BE 200-50210. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. This case is complied.
I'm sorry, what'd you say about that case?
It's complied.
Oh, I'm sorry. Property address 1000 Northeast 4th Ave. Owner Home Depot USA Inc. in care of Prop Tax Department. Case number BE 200-50211. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 1004 Southwest 7th Street. Owner David W. Schatz. Case number BE 200-50230. Notice posted at the property on 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 32, property address 1317 Northeast 4th Ave, case number BE 200-50382. Owner Agape Church of God, Inc. Notice posted at the property 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 33 at the top, property address 1400 Northeast 56th Street, number 209, case number BE 200-50397. Owner Dixie Realty LLC. Notice posted at the property 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 1407 Northwest 15th Street. Case number BE 200-50416. Owner Godwin Francis. Notice posted at the property 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 34, property address 528 North Birch Road. Owner Birch Road LLC. Case number BE 200-40445. Notice posted at the property 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 516 Northwest 21st Terrace. Owner NY Investment Group LLC. Case number BE 200-40420. Notice posted at the property 2/3/21, posted at City Hall 2/8/21.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
On page 35, property address 601 North Rio Vista Boulevard. owner South Bank Apartments LLC, case number BE 2004047. Notice on the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Case number BE 200400488. Property address 601 North Rio Vista Boulevard, owner South Bank Apartments LLC. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. The expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Yeah, but page 35 at the bottom, property address 625 Coral Way, owner Thomas A. Valerio, case number BE 20050005. Notice posted at the property on 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 37 at the bottom, property address 3086 Harbor Drive, owner Russell Investment LLC, case number CE 200100486. Notice at the property, posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This property has been altered, which include, but is not limited to, alteration made such as new enclosed laundry room that included a structural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work. I reviewed this case on 2/15/2021, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 91 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 38 at the top, property address 2124 Northeast 63rd Street, case number CE 200503777, owner Linda Aketa, have interest for Jonathan Gonzalez, notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to. Garage was enclosed and walls were installed in bedroom and living room. I reviewed this case on 2/15/2021, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 91 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
At the bottom of page 38, property address 3451 Southwest 18th Street, case number CE 200500815. Owner Luisa Martinez, Candido Diaz Ocamino. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: AC unit replacement, bathroom exhaust vent installation, guest bathroom remodeling, master bathroom remodeling, plumbing, electrical, and plumbing. I reviewed the case on 2/15/2021, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 39 at the top, property address 3200 Northeast 40th Court, owner Frank Lubinsky, case number CE 200600039. Notice posted at the property on 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consisting of but not limited to: there are 2 boat lifts installed, no permits on file. I reviewed the case on 2/15/2021, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Page 40 at the top, property address 829 Northeast 18th Ave. Case number CE 20060718, owner David Cenciola, Michael Cenciola, and all others. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consistent of but not limited to shed installed on the back of the property without permits. I reviewed the case on 2/15/2021, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 40, property address 415 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner Builders Associates 1 LLC, case number BE 200-40310. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 2/15/2021 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 42, property address 408 Northwest 14th Terrace, Chief George Oliva, case number BE 19120044. Property address 408 Northwest 14th Terrace, owner Young Men's Christian Association of South Florida, Inc. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2821. Anyone has that case, or George is presenting that himself?
I don't have the paperwork on that case. I gave it last night to
I got it.
Alex. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Saver.
All right. Good afternoon, Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Okay.
Property address 1535 Southeast 15th Street, owner Harborview Apartments, the condo Inc. Case number BE 200-10011. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 2821.
Good afternoon, Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10 years safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
On page 43 at the top, case number BE 200-40385 has been withdrawn.
It has 400
Yes.
Southwest 7th Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 45 at the bottom, property address 2829 Northeast 33rd Court, owner Imperial Condo Minimum, Inc., in care of On Call M, case number BE 200-40081. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Good afternoon, Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 46 at the top, property address 2860 North Federal Highway, owner 2860 North Federal Highway. Case number BE 20040083. Notice posted at the property 2621, posted at City Hall 2821.
Good afternoon, Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 47, property address 834 Northwest 10 Terrace. Case number BE 200-40140. Owner Rampati Chandrilia and all others. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Good afternoon, Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Property address 640 Northeast 7th Ave. Owner 640 Northeast 7th Ave LLC. Case number BE 200-40156. Notice posted at the property 2521. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Good afternoon, Inspector Suarez on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10 years safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Page 48 at the bottom, property address 220 Southwest 34th Street. Owner BH Gourmet Properties, Inc. Case number BE 200-40300. Notice posted at the property 2621, posted at City Hall 2821. Inspector Carswell.
Inspector Mario Carrasquel, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The required report for the 40 years for this property was submitted but failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 49, property address 3850, called Ocean Drive. Owner Regency Tower Association, Inc. Case number BE 200-40332. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Mario Carrasquel, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting case and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report within the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Property address on page. Did we listen to the case on page 51 at the top? Yes, okay. Page 53 at the top, property address 3003 Granada Street. Owner Blue Skies Realty Investment, Inc. Case number BE 200-70253. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address as read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 180 days for a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
182 days, right?
180. Okay.
Okay. Page 53, property address 1200 Miami Road. Owner Oasis Hotel LLC. Case number BE 200-70274. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 56 at the top, property address 2701 Northeast 49th Street. Owner J&E Florida Holdings LLC, case number BE 200700293. Notice posted at the property on 2621, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Judge Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
At the bottom of page 56, property address 508 Hendricks Isle, owner 508 Hendricks Isles Holdings LLC. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821. Case number BE 20120008.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Judge Oliva, case number and address as read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 57, property address 775 Northwest 57th Street, owner 775 Northwest 57th Street FLL LLC. Case number BE 200400015. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Judge Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 59, property address 2100 South Ocean Lane, owner Point of America Condo Common Area. Case number BE 20040354. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Alvarez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2426 Southeast 17th Street. Case number BE 200400357. Owner Village at Harbor Beach Condo Association. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Alvarez, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and address is read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection has not been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Sorry, my hands are free. On page 61 at the bottom, case number BE 200400392 is closed. Page 63 at the top, property address 111 North Birch Road, owner Landry Trebby Investment Corp. In care of DBA The Pillars at New River South, case number BE 200400396. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Case number BE 200400414 on page 63 is closed. Page 64 at the bottom, property address 2000 South Federal Highway, case number BE 200400435, owner Waterplay 2 Inc. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Oliva, case and number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
On page 65. Yes, page 65, property address 211 Southwest 16th Street, owner East Side Toy Storage 1 LLC, case number BE 200404454. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Property address, page 66 at the top, property address 1520 East Sunrise Boulevard, case number BE 200404455, owner Sunrise Boulevard LC, in care of Keys Asset Management, Inc. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of Chief Oliva, case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 67, property address 6700 Northwest 9th Ave, case number BE 200404472, owner Blue Water Holdings Pompano LLC, in care of Marvin F. Poor and CO. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, presenting on behalf of Chief Building Inspector George Oliva. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for the order to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 180 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
The bottom of page 67, have we listened to that case? Yes. Okay, thank you. On it. Property address, I'm sorry, page 68 at the bottom, property address 2150 Northwest 31st Ave, owner Evangelical Church of Jesus Christ Ministries, case number BE 2005081. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting in behalf of Chief Building Inspector Oliva. Case number as read, the required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 69 at the top, property address 1219 Northeast 4th Ave, owner 1237 Church of Light LC, case number BE 200508182. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. On behalf of Building Inspector Chief Oliva, the report was submitted, but it failed. City is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting a new report in the next 180 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 744 Northwest 12th Ave, owner Arthur Hall Memorial Church of God in Christ, Inc., case number BE 200500183. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 2821.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Chief Inspector George Oliva. Case number as read, the required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. City is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Page 70, property address 3003 Granada Street, owner Blue Skies Realty Investment, Inc., case number BE 200070253. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 2821.
Sorry. Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting the case number and address as read. This building is vacant and set to be demolished. The city is asking for the owner to come in compliance by submitting a new report on the next 182 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 71, on page 71, case BE 200700286 has been withdrawn. Yes, we did.
77.
600, no, that was, okay. For the record, that was a duplicate that you put in the agenda. So case BE 200702777 that's listed on the bottom of page 70 has been withdrawn. Page 72 at the top. 71.
71.
No, 71 is good. That's withdrawn, close. So 72 at the top. Property address 2701 Northeast 49th Street. Owner J&E Florida Holdings LLC. Case number BE 200700293. Notice posted at the property 2621. Posted at City Hall 2821. What's the what?
71 on the top of the page.
Yeah, I said that one was withdrawn. BE 200700286. Jose, you have 2701 Northeast 49th Street?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, on behalf of the Chief George Oliva, presenting the case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come in compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 73 at the bottom. Property address 712 Northwest 2nd Street, Old. Case number BE 200400428. Owner Sator Investments LLC. Notice posted at the property 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come in compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 74. Property address 1100 Northwest 4th Street. Owner Light of Life Worship Center, Inc. Case number BE 200-80086. Notice posted at the property 2421. Posted at City Hall 2821.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of Chief George Oliva, presenting case number and address as read. The required 40 or 10-year safety inspection hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come in compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. That concludes the new business cases. Moving on to the Massey's. Page 76 at the bottom. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address 28401 North Ocean Boulevard, number 1003. Case number BE 200700029. Owner Blanca A. Caceres. This property was cited on 7620 to comply by 8220. One section not complied at $50. Fines continue to accrue at total is $2,850. Order, okay, imposed. Page 70. Okay, we heard that one. We heard that one. Page 79, we heard, okay, page 79. Property address 1109 Southeast 11th Street. Owner house at 1109 Southeast 11th Street LLC. Case number BE 20080182. This property was cited on 8/21/20 to comply by 8/21/21. Section complied at $200. City is requesting a full amount of $1,400.
So order.
Page 80 at the top, property address 340 Sunset Drive, number 1502, case number CE 19080534. Owner Vittorio Bonami. Case number, this property was cited on 8/8/2019 to comply by 11/24/20. One section not complied at $50. Fines are at $4,250, which continues to accrue. We've heard that one at the bottom. Page 81, we heard those. Page 82, we heard everyone on there. Page 83. Page 83, property address 561 Southwest 19th Terrace, case number BE 2005035. Owner Lennar Homes LLC. This property was cited on 5/22/20 to comply by 5/22/20. One section complied at $200. City is requesting a full amount of $200. Property address 1615 Northwest 28th Ave. Owner Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number BE 200700272. This property was cited on 7/21/20 to comply by 7/21/20. One section complied at $250. City is requesting a full amount. And the full amount should be fine? Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, page 84 at the bottom, property address 1041 Alabama Ave, case number BE-20010028. Owner Otney Jean. This case was cited on 1/10/20 to comply by 11/24/20. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting for the fines to be imposed at $4,250, which continues to accrue. Page 85 at the top, property address 444 Royal Plaza Drive. Owner 444 Royal Plaza LLC. Case number BE 200800186. This case was cited on 8/22/20 to comply by 8/22/20. One section complied at $500. City is requesting a full amount of $500. Property address 1245 Northeast 18th Ave. Owner Terraces Development LLC. Case number BE 200600251. This case was cited on 6/22/20 to comply by 6/22/20. One section complied at $150. City is requesting a full amount of $150. Property address. Did we listen to this case? 1515 North? Yes. North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard? Okay. So we've heard that today, right? Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, and that's it. Your Honor, we would like to enter all the cases as listed on pages 87 and 88 and to the record as closed or withdrawn, as well as those cases that were last minute closed and withdrawn.
It's so ordered.
Thank you. This concludes our February 18th, 2021 special magistrate hearing. You want to say something?
Happy day. Have a good afternoon, everybody.
You too, Rhonda. Thank you, everyone.